Hello. Hello and welcome. It's time for more of Dawntrail because it's Monday and the last stream was on Sunday. And because I like Final Fantasy XIV, I guess. It's a good reason. So hello. Sucro is observing boat. I think it's funny how far away this like pier is from anything useful. You really have to go out of your way, sorta, to wander all the way down this dock. That's fine. So last time in the main story, I'm not sure if it's a joke or not. But yeah, last time in the main story of Dawntrail, we completed the first trial. And we're about to move on to the third area. And that's interesting, I'm sure. Several people have expressed excitement for me to see what is upcoming. So that's probably a good sign also. Also, slightly funny story. I'll get back to Alphino in a second as I wander around aimlessly. Slightly funny story. Wait, can you go over here? Oh, you can. I don't think I ever noticed you could go over here. But like, that makes sense. Because it connects to the beach, but... Is there anything over here? Not particularly. Hello, welcome everyone. But yeah, slightly funny story. Yesterday, after the stream, I tried Dungeon 2 as Machinist. And I died like 7 times. Like 3 times or so to the first boss under my own power, by which I mean not parsing things and getting instantly obliterated. And like 3 times to the first boss because Alizé and or Kryl decided to hide from things on the top of my space. Because I predicted where they would go incorrectly and died instantly as a result. And like, the last time was when that happened again on boss 2. So shoutouts to the Trust NPC AI, which will not budge if you are near them and they are trying to avoid attacks. It is up to you. This whole situation has somehow, somewhat, accidentally given me inverse tankxiety, where I'm afraid to play anything that isn't a tank, because punishment for mistakes is instant death. Or nigh instant death. My dog just like teleported across the Z-axis briefly, but that's fine. Dogs do this. I have experienced tank privilege again, and I am afraid to lose it. I guess. Anyway. Hello, Alphino. Oh yeah, this person has one of the new Sage weapons. What if your laser guns were owls? I was thinking about that yet last time and I didn't mention it. That's, oh, wait. Okay, I thought they also had Squeak, and I was confused for a second. But yeah, that's just one of the vendor ones. It's level 92, eye level 655 vendor gun. What sort of minions are people electing to take to Dural? We've got the Shoebill, we've got the Fenrir Pup, we've got Nana Bear. We've got the Major General. And they did apparently meld those, yeah. I mean, why not, I guess? If you've got the materia. The leap to Yaktel. Oh, since I was trying to avoid checking anything, I referred to Yaktel by putting the apostrophe in the first part instead of the second part to a number of people, I think. Anyway, Alphino seems eager to review your journey thus far. I didn't look it up to check the spelling, because then I would be spoiled that Alphino is secretly evil and he's going to kill me or something, you know. Heck yeah, anima, weapon, minion, weapon, or both. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. Got my computer instantly catching on fire. Why is it like this? Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zeralja and Kona have completed every feat thus far, and thus hold 5 keystones apiece. I added an extra thus. Uklamat would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaja's thievery, which has left us 1 short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof, and that conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I will be taking back what is mine, this I swear. Nod. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Eligarmanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he'll move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say that I'm comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. Smile. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamulja and Jabrol in the forests of Yaktel, specifically near a village called Ikbrash. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Kettenram befriended a 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Kettenram fellow must have come to Tuliolo. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yakuya architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Kettenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk, is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamulja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktel, not far from Ikbrash. In all things considered, Yaktel seems like the obvious choice for our next destination. Nod. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We were riding in one of Kono's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? It's like a boat, but it's in the sky. Theoretically, it would be different, I guess, because, like, you know, the source of seasickness on boats is probably linked to the waves. Less waves in the air. Yeah, exactly. I didn't notice that, like, the keystone slot, as it were, on the pillars that those tablets are based on, actually does have like a different character or written word or whatever symbol on it on each of the pillars. So I wonder if the keystones have had like different patterns in them and I haven't noticed that. So we gotta go up there. I thought that was Erenville for a second. It's entirely possible that the heir will also not agree with Lamont. Looking at the names of side quests, the many multitudes of Mamulja. Painter on the Hill. I'm wondering if I'll recognize the specific name of the side quest that I read somewhere spoiled things, but I don't know. Balloon. I never really explored this area. I can't go down there. How exciting! The design of Terali dirigibles intrigues me. I must note how they perform compared to Eorzean airships. It'll be fine. Just fine. Lamont is doing her best. As much as I wish we could ignore him, Bakul Jaja is a real threat. We can't afford to let our guard down. Yaktel, where the Yakhui dreamt of the Golden City. Ready to leave when you are. The next flight to Yaktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. You can do it with Lamont. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air? All the way to Yaktel? Are you ready? Bags packed and goodbye said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves. Of course, or maybe ask Erenville? I feel like I have to pick maybe ask Erenville. Why don't you ask Aaronville? That stick in the mud? He'd never let me live it down. There she is. Third promise. Wait just a moment. Oh, right, Mablu. Mablu and Tobli. Of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kryle's earring. That's sudden. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yogg-Taro as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. Was it a green mage by any chance? Just wondering. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the foreign merchant happen to mention which market? Monin Yaktel, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck? Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there, or... yet another discovery to look forward to? Nod. Thank you both for coming all this way. Nod. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers to Yogg-Tell. I really hope she wins. Yogg-Tell will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Ominous thing to say, thank you. Ooh.
The fierce Shepral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yogg-Tell.
Right, this area, they showed this.
Battered by meteors in ancient times,
Meteors, huh?
mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature. It is easy to understand why the place is so named.
I think they played this music a little bit at some point also. Wuklamat.
It is here where the Shepral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Haymakers? Like plot hook haymakers? Area design haymakers? I'm not sure what you mean.
Are you all right?
Really pretty environments, okay.
I've never been good with heights.
Kono, you must invent transportation that is safe for Wuklamat to use.
The vegetation is far denser than in Cosumauca.
Cosumauca? Alphino? That's not how anyone else has said it, Alphino. Please. But also, Wuklamat said she's not good with heights, but she was like not too long ago standing at the top of the palace yelling about how she's gonna be great as a ruler and stuff.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
Cenote?
A cenote?
No, a cenote, not a cenate.
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion.
That's probably true, yeah. Meteors, huh?
Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
He says looking directly at Muklamat. Great. Okay, now everyone's looking directly at
It was
Muklamat.
one time.
Is the Shabral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Nod.
We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right.
Sucro
Can't
smirked
stand
for
here
some
with my knees
reason.
knocking forever. Let's get going.
I don't know why she did a smirk there. Determined. Sucro's smirking. Heh, I'm gonna go west. Heh, heh, heh. That was an interesting start to the music. Oh no, not Great Cave Offensive. Someone has the Bard bow from the contest winning. I didn't know that the bird on top of that bow animated. It makes it a little bit funny that the birds on the back are extremely compressed bird pancakes that do not. That's pretty funny, actually. I think Sucro would be able to fight MS-DOS pretty effectively. Would it kill Erenville to give me the benefit of the doubt? Or the benefit of a second chance? Worry not. Kryle and I will ensure our promise doesn't wind up at the bottom of one of those cenotes. I can hardly fathom how difficult travel must have been before the second promise introduced dirigibles. Can you imagine having to walk all this way? Well, that journey was delightful. Oh, this music was in the benchmark. That's why I recognize it. Well, that journey was delightful. The wind was fair and the vessel hardly rocked at all. With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. So what do we got going on in Yaktel? Ikbrash? Garden of the Stars? Night Stalker's Shadow. There's a village over here. The Jobrit's Cinderfield? That's a little ominous. Blue Eyes' abode. Yu-Gi-Oh! Mamuk. There's a cenote that is so important that it's marked on the map. Tree of Living Light. There's more than one cenote that's important that's marked on the map. How interesting. Sinkholes and important trees. What is this? Final Fantasy IX dungeons? Such as Clara? Possibly the Aoife tree? The Fanged Foundry. I don't know. They're gonna pull Final Fantasy IX at some point. It's gonna be here somewhere. Ankle Deep. Well, that's probably not as bad as the other cenotes. Right? The Sky Deep cenote. Yeah, exactly. That one's way deeper. Cerulean something something. Okay, there's a lot of sinkholes that are specifically marked on the map. Interesting. Hey, this is a giant area, actually. I'm realizing just now. Like, this is notably larger than the previous zones. Actually. To be fair to Aaronville, saying, I advise you to keep someone inside at all times and then disappearing is an Aaronville sort of prank that he would definitely do. Boat. Parentheses air. Parentheses balloon. Route that goes over the dense forest so that we don't have to address the local Viera population. Probably. I assume that there's probably a Viera population in said dense forests, because that's the sort of places that Viera are known to inhabit in lore. Oh. Creature. I happen to know that there isn't a mount of this creature available. Also, there's several mounts in the game that I've seen as a result of stuff like Frontlines that I don't remember if they were there before, and I don't know how to get them. Was there a capybara mount before Dawntrail? Because I've seen a capybara mount now. Oh, the Viera live in Jacques Tourelle. Okay. There was not. Fair enough. Okay. Well, there could be a separate group of Viera in the forest or something. Look at this flying squirrels type creature. Are you telling me that there's a capybara fate boss, or that there's a capybara mount that's connected to a fate boss? Because I hope there's a giant capybara that wants to kill you, because that's funny. I like this creature. Why are they aggressive? Why does this squirrel thirst for blood? They haven't noticed Sucre though. Well. I find that start of the track fascinating, and I wonder if that's important somehow. It certainly, like, gives a vibe. Also, this is a beautiful, like, Aaronville and everyone else is like, where'd Sucro go at this point already, probably? Keep someone in sight at all times. We forgot to mention that you should also keep Sucro in sight at all times, because she's going to wander off. Fascinating that there's apparently some sort of... Oh, there's an ether current there. Fascinating there's some sort of fate boss that gives you a capybara mount, and people have been capital T talking about the capybara, apparently. I wonder what any of that could mean. You know what would be a really funny bit? Is if you got to a new area in an expansion and you opened the ether currents thing, and that area had like double the ether currents on the map than like all the other ones. Like if Yaktel here had like an additional row of ether currents here That would be very funny to me. I'm taking my time and not even using my funny motorcycle that Sucro will never tell me where she got it. Necrosis. You're really just gonna call an enemy necrosis and expect me to not be concerned by this at all? I'm a little concerned by this. This dynamic I'm constructing where everyone loves Sucro even though she wanders off into the woods all the time. Yeah, it's important. I don't think we've established enough that Sucro is a Goofus. And yes, they're like a flower creature. I don't, maybe that explains anything? I don't know. Hold on, everyone. There's an ether current north. I have to ignore everything else. So yeah, I'd heard the daytime... Oh, there's a fish. There's fish in this water. How common is that in this game to have actual visual fish in water? It's like one fish. This is the single fish that lives in this pond, lake. But yeah, I heard the daytime music for this in the benchmark. They specifically cut out the weird, like, artificial sounding brief intro to the music in the benchmark version, I'm pretty sure. So I wonder if that's anything. But also, I hadn't heard the nighttime music, and that's interesting. The nighttime version of stuff is always really nice. Funny or... Ooh. Piano player going for it in that moment. The only places with ambient fish were like Costa del Sol and the Ruby Sea and the Island Sanctuary? I'd believe it. East, huh? I'll probably end up over there eventually, right? Part of me wants to wander off into the woods and find all the ether currents on the map before doing anything else, and part of me thinks I should respect the flow of the game's story and go the places it tells me to. Oh, there's other creature over here. Killer piranha. Well, that one's straightforwardly concerning. A little bit more than having a creature named Necrosis. By the way, wait, hold on. Sorry, what was this interaction? I'm sorry, the geometry is weird. I found the geometry bug of the fence. This is Sucro's power. Thank you, Kona, for the frictionless gate. The nighttime version of this theme is really nice. Like, all the nighttime themes are really nice, but I feel like the difference in the nighttime music of this is distinctly, like, mysterious and ethereal or something in a way, a little bit. With some of the stuff the piano wanders off into. Look at me describing music as ethereal, like I'm some sort of music critic or something. For all of Aaronville's insistence, I have yet to discover anything particularly blue about this forest. Kryl knows a lot about color now, so she's being very critical of this. Take care not to get separated. I'd hate to lose you to this rampant undergrowth. Nobody noticed that Sukro wandered off into the woods for a bit, I guess. See? No tumbles, thanks to Kryl and Alize, but it still counts. Is that Ikbrash over there, I wonder? There's gonna be a voice cutscene where Alphino or someone says Ikbrax, and I'm gonna die. Immediately. Not everyone got all the notes about pronunciation guides, I think. Good, everyone's accounted for. Ikbrash is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Because I think someone said Brash before, is why I'm saying this. And yeah, that is true. It does make sense that they're getting the language wrong on some occasions. I actually heard, with regards to the voice direction, like, I did mention last time someone complained about the voice direction for Wuklamot and stuff, and we all assumed that's probably just transphobia. It might not have been entirely that. I've heard that, like, the English localization did have some struggles with, like, voice direction and people not, like, fully knowing the context or what they were working on and so on. In a similar manner to, like, old translation and localization stuff. Like how for, like, Final Fantasy VI or whatever, Ted Woolsey didn't have the context of every text box. So I think that's the case for some, like, secondary characters and stuff, more so, but, like, not everyone always knew the context of what was going on, so some of the voices and such might be a little bit off at times. That said, I think everything's been generally pretty good so far. And I'm gonna assume for now that all complaining about how it's ruined everything is heavily exaggerated internet yelling, as most internet yelling is. But it'll be something to, like, think about and keep an eye out for, or an ear out for, and just, like, something to consider, not as, like, a criticism or a tallying mistakes or whatever, but, like, just an interesting observation to make if it shows up. Because I like to observe things sometimes. Living in harmony with the forest. Smoke? Where there's smoke, there's fire. So, what's this? There's, like, one lake over here. Vatsoralbrash. Funny cat. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Where there's smoke, they pinch back. So there might be something over here that is only flight accessible or otherwise sneakily hidden. Potentially. I'm always thinking about Hotel Mario voice. It's a curse. And other popular YouTube poop things, like Volvic mineral water commercials, for example. They will never leave my brain. And that's just how it is. I'm noticing I want to know more about the naming conventions and like etymology of names here, because like Evu is constantly in names, and also Wook is constantly in names. Not as often as Evu, but Evu, like we literally met Wook Evu. So are those like some sort of title or indication of like family relation? Or something, like how some names will have, some names in other cultures and stuff will have like doter in them, or daughter and stuff like that. The prevalence of them suggests to me that they could be something like that, or they could just be a really common name. But I would like to know more. This person says they welcome the dirigibles with open arms. Which just makes me imagine them hugging the dirigibles for some reason. Oh, this person just painted all of the buildings around here. When searching for Ikbrash, you look for the red among the green. Casual UFO noise in my right ear. I don't know RuneScape super well, but that does sound like a funny mental image to consider. Which of the Final Fantasy XIV cast would do the Tile Man challenge, or whatever it was called? I think Alphino would do it. Probably. I think I just get the impression that Alphino would try RuneScape challenges. Chibral, who traced their lineage back to the Brash, mightiest of the woods creatures. Hold up! Wait a second, this text box. You're directly saying that you are actually related to cats in this text box, or at least according to your cultural belief you are. Which is an interesting contrast to another existing block of text in the game that says Mikote refused to accept that they're related to cats, but that may or may not be a joke. Urianger would probably do RuneScape stuff, yeah. The tile challenge, as I understand it, is like, since RuneScape is like built on a grid system, the idea is that you have a very limited number of game world tiles that you can go on, and you can like unlock more of them. I think there's like a plugin for RuneScape that enables this. So basically you start out like being able to stand still in the game world, and you have to expand your influence, if you will, in order to like do anything. You might get more than one tile at the start. I'm no expert. I only watched a video of it like a year ago or something. "80 years ago, the war with the Mamelja was brought to an end." I can't believe they're establishing another series of major events that happened definitively at a specific point in time, so that as we continue forward, the time bubble will have 2 points of reference when they continuously insist that something specific happened 80 years ago. Oh, there's a Stardew mod for the tile thing, huh? That sounds interesting. This person just says they named themselves after the brush, rather than that they trace their lineage. Sports are happening over here. Sports are occurring. God, that would be really funny if they were talking about it's been 100 years instead of 80, but it's still only been 5 years since the calamity. I also still think it'll be really funny if they ever address the time bubble. They have to eventually, right? I mean, especially they've established lengths of time it takes to journey between places. It can't just be everything is in 1 year forever. I mean, it could be, but still. They don't have to. But they can also just have Ultimisia show up and be like, time compression, and everyone will be like, God damn it. They have an easy out. This game loves to reference things. I don't know the details of how time compression works, so that might not work as easily as I think it does. It's kind of ridiculous to think about that one person having painted this entire village. That's a lot of work. Good job, guy. Ah, communal firewood storage. Interesting. I forget if they've already remixed the Extreme in this game. The Final Fantasy VIII final boss theme that I don't really know that well. I think we've also seen a Brook a lot as a name. The Garden of Stars, where everyone gathers to gaze at the night sky and hear tales about the stars. Oh, okay. Still, they can have Ultimisia too. I don't know. They can do whatever they want. Alright, fine, I'll continue the story. What's so blue about these forests? You'll see. I already saw it in the intro that you narrated, Erenville. You spoiled it. Ah, I've fallen into High Tide Harbor enough times to be a professional diver. There's no way I'd fall into something like this on accident. Yeah, because there's an invisible wall there, Wilklamot. It's fine. Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. Are all cenotes this deep, I wonder? Aaronville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Sword. I believe my sword is 665? 660. Oh, this is actually a better sword. By the way, I keep finding Nutkin when I open the funny minion box, and I'm sure this is complete coincidence. This is my sword now. And shield. It's so weird to see Sucro using a shield to me. I do have remove my shield on my glamour plate, but this is my sword now, I guess. Something about the hilt of this blade and like the design of this blade makes me think Keyblade, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because I perceived Kingdom Hearts for 5 minutes today. Sucro. I always forget where all of the options are in this dang menu. There's some Keyblade vibes to this a little bit, but that might just be because I perceived Kingdom Hearts for a second, as I said. Cobalt tungsten? No, it's fine, it's normal, totally. Cobalt tungsten is clearly just blue tungsten. It's a special kind of tungsten and not an alloy. Maybe. I don't know anything about metallurgy. Anything could be possible. Ready to head on in? I did just apply glamour to remove my shield from existence. I don't have the sword on a glamour plate. I could still use a glamour prism to glamour something into the sword, but I'll use the sword for a bit, it's fine. Group nod. It's not so much that it's not there. Well, it is that it's not there yet, I guess, because I was just using it. But also, I don't have a specific sword attached to this outfit as of right now. It could be any sword. Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly on us. The third promise and her retinue, I presume. Nod. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars, the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. But yeah, I was using that sword I was using for a while. I don't necessarily associate it with this outfit, or like, I wasn't necessarily planning to use that sword for the rest of Dawntrail or anything. I mean, if everyone loves the sword, I can bring it back or whatever, but I don't really have any sword-specific plans. Or specific sword plans, or... Oh, literally everyone.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
Surreal Zhao, why do you sound like you're reading off of a teleprompter right now? You're so exasperated, it sounds like you're just reading your lines.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
Okay, that's actually really funny. It was an extremely well-directed line. I'm not saying it wasn't. It just sounds like he's so annoyed that he's reading from a teleprompter to me for some reason. But also, this is really funny, actually. I didn't even think about it when I saw Bakul Jaja. His whole, I'm gonna delay everyone, ha ha ha, just got immediately ruined by the rules. I wouldn't have bothered unleashing an ancient catastrophe to wreak havoc across the continent if I'd known I have to wait for 10 minutes. Bakul Jaja would hate the DMV, I think.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin.
Kona, no, don't put the DMV into all. That would imply that the DMV was a quote-unquote Charlian innovation that he's bringing over, which, and if anyone invented the DMV in this world, I think it would be Charlian. I don't think it's even called the DMV anymore, actually. I forget what they changed the name of it to. Actually, that's just what Kona that's just what Kona calls his, like, the place where he invents stuff, the Department of More Vehicles, because he seems to be making mostly vehicles. How do you think he reacted to Archon Love? That's a great question. I think Kona tried it, and then, like, his brain had a battle between this is the worst thing I've ever eaten and this is Charlian genius. And I think this is Charlian genius 1, and he convinced himself it was a delicacy.
My name is Hunmuruk. As Sibrash Rash, I have the honor of serving as a lector on behalf of my people.
I still think the Corel, like, whiskers that Hrothgar and Jabrash and such can have are a really cool feature. He doesn't care about tradition, that's true. He probably does appreciate the practicality like the Charlians who made it do. The Corel whiskers are also available on the new female Hrothgar, which is also neat. Because, like, first instinct upon perceiving them is that they're like a stand-in for facial hair. They resemble a mustache in a way. But the ladies can have the whiskers too if they want. And that's neat.
As all 4 claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival.
All 4 claimants must be present for this feat because they're going to face each other in a battle to the death in Super Smash Brothers. I don't know why I'm immediately thinking about that, but imagine.
If you would please join us.
We are going to play 4-player video games. This is the feat of Mario Party. You get the keystone if you don't hate everyone else at the end of Mario Party. They don't tell you this. They initially make you think you have to win Mario Party. But you just have to you just have to survive Mario Party the best.
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
Does this count as the Scions stop being divided? I don't think it does yet, still. 2 versus 2. Wait, no, I have to... 2 versus 2. Or whatever the Wesker voice is. Do you ever think about Marvel vs. Capcom 3, where Wesker says 3 versus 3 sometimes, like musingly to himself? That's just very funny to me. Gasp! Gasp!
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
It'd be really funny if Bakul Jaja was like, I am a team of 2. I 100% believe everything you've just said about their Smash Bros. Mains without question. That's really good. Oh, I forgot. Hold on, I need to enable my powers. A little bit. There, now I can smile. This is an out-of-date profile. Yeah, I don't care. I don't even have a main in Smash Bros. Not really. The closest I ever had to a main in like Smash Ultimate was me Gunner, I think. For a while. Sucro picks random and everyone gets scared. I like that idea too. Chaos. I also just love the phrase, the star's most genius and baffling Pac-Man. That is structured like a Toho title. The most genius and baffling Pac-Man. Like if you change the word Pac-Man to anything else, that could be the title of a Toho character. This is a reminder that Toho contains the title Hell's Traffic Accident for a funny cat. And this is also the cat where Marissa, or I guess some people say Marisa, I've learned recently. I'm not sure which is more accurate. Marissa says, that cat turned into a cat, or something of that nature. Toho is pretty good, in my opinion. Anyway.
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner.
Oh, this is funny. This is a funny prank. So this will outright technically disqualify half of the people unless they do the violence, I guess.
Teams will be decided by lots.
Oh no.
Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
I might even help. Incredible line from Alize there. Sucro glare. Even though she's not a white mage right now.
Clemens, please present your colors. I have red.
I don't know why this is so funny, but it is. Okay, look. It's just Kona staring at a tiny red sphere saying, I have red, and this is like all it takes for me to die instantly.
I have red.
He has red! Look at it! You sure freaking do, man. Great job.
Blue.
This is also good. Also good. Just blue.
On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Blue.
Red. Which means...
Yay, we get the good half versus the less good half. Maybe Zeralja still has the potential to be redeemed, according to my storytelling instincts. Meanwhile, Bakul Jaja is going to go directly into a dumpster that's also a garbage disposal and get obliterated.
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
I want to see Urianger. Look, when they play Smash Bros, Urianger and Thancred are the commentators, I think. I want to see Urianger do esports commentary, and Thancred also. They're the commentary duo for esports now, in my mind.
Not the one hit.
Bakul Jaja, you would say not the... in response to any possible pairing here. Thancred is the commentator because he can't play at all and Reen tried to teach him, maybe. Urianger speaking at commentator speed with his grammar completely unchanged, also great. Urianger plays whatever character in a fighting game has the most RNG-based mechanics. Which means that he's also the most genius and baffling Pac-Man, actually. Urianger and Kona Pac-Man Pac-Man mirror match. Or Dragon Quest Hero, maybe. But also, I think the Pac-Man mirror match is funnier. It could be a Dragon Quest Hero, actually, yeah. Pac-Man only has like a little bit of RNG, I guess. But I think Urianger would still play as Pac-Man, probably.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows.
An incredibly Urianger voice, Waka Waka.
I can imagine
Each team is
it.
to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Pibil.
Wait, it's a 2v2 cooking contest? That's interesting. Waka Waka is the Pac-Man noise, that's true. Gasp! Gasp! Stone face. Slight gasp.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
Cooking is pointless, because all we want to do is war. War is our sustenance. We don't need food. Shibruk Pibil is a real food, by the way. Neat. The Great Shebrol Bake-Off, indeed.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Is this going to be a dish that's comprised of many different ingredients from many different cultures in a symbolic way? And then they're going to, like, yell at Bakul Jaja, "Do you get it yet?" And also, and he won't get it yet.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Ah, they've divined that there's important meaning behind the rites. Very good.
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
That too.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
Right, they're here to, like, learn things they can apply to their Garlemald stuff. I forgot.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So
Yes.
basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need.
Kona?
It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
Kona walks up to a cooking contest and says, "Cooking is stupid. We should all drink Soylent." God, Archon Loaf is just Soylent, but as a solid food, isn't it? Kind of. I mean, Soylent's kind of solid. Kona's just gonna bring Archon Loaf to this contest. "This is your food now. Eat it," he will say. Everyone just grumping at Kona's musing.
The rules are simple.
Make food.
The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir.
Thank or dislike
the
that. Yeah,
victorious.
exactly.
You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques.
Kona instantly disqualified by using a microwave.
Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster.
Pass the mustard? What? That's not even a
Let
joke.
the
That's
feet of the
nothing.
past
Never mind.
Begin.
Forget I said that. Every time I'm like, is this anything? Is this a joke? It's funny to someone.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
It'll be really funny if Sirolsha is just like a perfect cook as well, surprisingly, for no reason. Cursor. I consider myself a connoisseur of all things tasty and Tarali, but this is the first I've heard of Shibruk Bibil. The first promised and Bakul Jaja are formidable on the field, but in the kitchen, I think the odds are in our favor. When are they going to add extreme culinarian trials? Is my question. The second promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let us ask for his perspective. Only 2 claimants can receive keystones from this feat. Intimidating, perhaps, but irrelevant. We shall prevail. Do you suppose the first promise in Bakul Jaja will wear matching aprons? I dearly hope so. Thank you, Alize, for having the most, like, Twitch streamer commentary on this situation of any character with this one text box. That's like the sort of thing a player might remark at this exact moment. For the pairings to be thus decided, the stars align for us indeed. Ariange, have you noticed how the stars always align in exactly the same way all the time now? For you? Is that weird? Did you ever... does Ariange know about the astrologian changes? As much as I would have loved to defeat you in all, as much as I would have loved to defeat you all in a high-stakes culinary battle, I couldn't have asked for better allies. That's why RNG takes so many hits in the trial. Astrologian isn't that different, really, but it is weird. Like, it's different in a conceptual way more than in like an execution sort of way. How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Baku Jaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. ... Precisely. Nod. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Gasp. Our competition has a team of 6. The 2 claimants, Sarilja and Bakuljaja's lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we could mobilize. With the tasks suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have easily been avoided. Or been easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Jibruk Pabil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Jibral people. That is true. Like, having a Jibral on the team, it has already been mentioned before somewhere that there are a lot of dishes that are, like, made specifically, and, like, there are a lot of, like, dishes specific to types of people. I don't remember if that was on stream or not, but yeah, in Earthenshire that was brought up. So that would actually be pretty relevant. Let us gather here once we've seen what clues this village has to offer. Group nod. There are like there's like a half-second long section of 3 notes in that song that sounds like it could have been in Terraria, and that's a weird observation to make. I forgot you could move during text boxes. You may make use of the kitchens at any time. I look forward to tasting your Jibruk Pibil. So, I wonder what the odds are that Jibruk Pibil is actually like a good tasting food, or if it's like a culturally relevant dish that nobody wants to eat. Like, it could have like a functional purpose or a ceremonial purpose rather than being like a good tasting food. Not in the same way as Archon Loaf, but like that just feels like a possibility because I've seen something similar at some point in some time, probably. Maybe. Yeah, something like that. Colorful spices. Well, there's spice in it, so it's not like there could be spice in it anyway. So it's not like spiceless. It has a flavor. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. That one's called achiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Lighthearted lady here, not the best actor at covering up the trial, just saying our most popular cuisine in extreme italics that you can hear. You know, I mean, I guess. I don't know that much about cuisine. Oh, they like weaving here. They do a lot of weaving. To the point where you can actually observe someone actually physically doing part of weaving. This is like an absurdly detailed animation for an incidental NPC that you can't even speak to directly. For two of them, but just like, that's a lot of detail. That's cool. Hey, fastidious fellow, what's up? The recipe for Gibruk Pibil? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we're forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Humulruk himself. Okay, so confirmed allegedly delicious. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still Ibruk to be had at market. Wink. Like, it says wink in like brackets, but he's absolutely just saying wink to me. In my mind. Hey, what are you all learning over here? And what flavor would that be? Learning about flavor. Next to the sports. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think you won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? Howdy. Oh, what are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. Sounds like you're planning some shenanigans over here. Branch bearer fruit. The green flesh. Oh, I mean, it's green on the inside. It's bluish on the outside. I hope you pronounce your second name there as cat. Oh. Viper again. That makes sense. Use every part of the animal. Provided they aren't riddled with corruption. That's like an important addendum to that statement. So you're probably another one of the people who explain stuff about the hunting marks. This person's glamour is distinct, let's say. Ah, what are you two up to? Come with me for a moment. Okay, there's a shark mount at some point, somewhere. Banana peel. Can I slip on it to, like, reset time. Be careful, Sucro. That's a deadly fruit item. An unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Okay, so you're grilling this banana peel with the ground. Oh no! It appears I've gone and dropped my Jatika banana peel. I could barely see it for all this steam issuing from my underground oven. There's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana when you use the leaves in your cooking. These people are having a lot of fun. What fun is it? See? They're having a lot of fun! That's great. I love them all. Also, like, this chocobo barding is something I've been seeing a lot. I assume it must be, like, relatively easy to acquire. Maybe this is, like, for shared fates in a specific region or something. Brief close-up of that cactuar. Yeah, listening is very important for rulership. That makes sense. A lot of leaders are really bad at, you know, listening. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Jibruk Pibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us, directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Jibruk Pibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Jibral dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see. And if Jibruk Pibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alfino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaf of Najul, or banana in certain localities. It would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? Ibruk, without a doubt, a sizzling slab of beef. The squeaky flesh of a bipedal fish? Sucro, what are you thinking about here? Have we even seen a bipedal fish at any point? Oh, the swamp monks. That makes sense. Sucro is not particularly enamored with beef, so at least one of these is not canonical to her, I think. So I'm just gonna say Ibruk, without a doubt. That sounds the most reasonable. As would be expected of a dish called Jibruk Pibil, indeed. So to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk, flavored with a combination of spices that includes achiote, and steamed underground within najul, or banana leaves. It's funny how they're constantly clarifying that najul is banana, but they're not clarifying, like, anything else. I don't know why. Not. Given our... voice crack, apparently. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. It's funny for when my voice does a weird thing like that. Because, like, you always associate voice cracks with, like, I don't know, younger people, but sometimes the voice just does things. Shrug. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Tancred and I scouted the surrounding forests while you were all exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and Wildy Brook, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Heh, leave it to a master gleaner. Shrug. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. I don't know if voice cracking is actually associated only with younger people now that I'm thinking about it. Well, some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood. Alpino! Come on, man. He loves to gather that firewood. And I have some experience in its gathering. Yeah. Yeah, it is commonly associated with people who are experiencing vocal changes, but I think it probably just happens for everybody. Alphino loves to gather the firewood. Alphino also plays RuneScape, but he only gathers firewood. He only has like 99 forestry or whatever the skill is called and 0 everything else. Well, no, he also has fire making at 99. I don't know enough about RuneScape to be making this joke. Nod. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable brook if they will perform the requisite deeds. Alize? Nod. As for the Najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. I don't think so, no. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I was thinking about that the other day. It's really funny to me, and by the other day I mean like yesterday. It's really funny to me how Istinian just like briefly showed up to fight Galul Jaja, and then we have seen nothing of him since so far. Istinian has been on screen for like 5 minutes. And we didn't even expect him to be here. He's just like, I'm here to fight. Goodbye. And then he elusive jumped back across the ocean, probably. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatika heartlands. Forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamachi, Sukro, if you would accompany me on my errand. Nod. No better way to whet my appetite. Oh, Alize knows about the firewood? Good. Let us be about our tasks, then. The banana peel was, like, notably colorful, and, like, what we know about the lower forests from that opening shot was that's where all the funny bioluminescence occurs. So, are these, like, bioluminescent bananas? Also, God, this specific way of, like, having this elevated dirt in a very square formation is very, like, 90s to early 2000 custom maps in computer games to me. Like, for example, Age of Empires 2, or I want to say, like, maybe you could make this sort of terrain in Neverwinter Nights. I mean, this is a completely valid way to arrange terrain that is obviously done on purpose by the people here. Roller Coaster Tycoon behavior? Yeah, you could do this in that too, actually. Our next challenge as claimants is to play Roller Coaster Tycoon without trying to drown any guests on purpose. Bakul Jaja fails immediately. Because he thinks it's funny. Sucro doesn't understand why this is a difficult thing to do. I personally, like, I probably did it like once or a few times or something, because I bet everybody probably did. But I always found it difficult to like do villainous things in games that allowed you to do shenanigans, like either whether or not that was like part of the intended thing of the game, you know, like in Black and White, I couldn't be an evil god. I tried. It didn't work out. I felt bad. La Mati had no specific task assigned to her, so I had her accompany me. No more, no less. One time I tried to play Chaotic Evil in Neverwinter Nights, and I ended up alignment shifting all the way to Lawful Good. So, you know. Come on, let's go and get those Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Cobalt Tungsten Vest of Fending. I'm not sure if this is based on existing armor or not. There are definitely, I think there are armors in similar styles. It looks kind of familiar, but it's probably, it might not be exact. I'm not sure. Either way, not my style. Katana Ravel? That makes sense. Is this sword also... Or... Because, like, this sword is in the same item level range. I don't recall the Katana Ravel stuff too much. Oh, that was from the mountain dungeon. Well, I think that had some unique things, too. I'm not sure. Spicy brook wrapped in Najul leaves? That sounds like a winning combination to me. A history of violence. Kona has the look of a man intent on finding bananas. This is a great combination of quest name and description. Let us see if there are Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Urianger mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Also, it'd be really funny if we went through all of this and then like, recipe's wrong, try again. Post I made about Donkey Kong Country Co-op. Oh yeah. I had a dream where there was a phrase said that was going double apeshit like it was a Donkey Kong Country Co-op experience. If that's what you mean. It's a heck of a phrase to have in a dream. It's kind of funny how often I have dreams where like one particular phrase or thing will stand out. I mean, it's not super often, but it's enough that it's a notable thing. Maybe dreams are like that for a lot of people. I wouldn't know, because I'm not other people. The earth here is indeed fashioned into an oven of sorts. Fascinating. I don't have a good grasp on a Kona voice, really. An underground oven. This must be the cook Urianger was talking about. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? We're looking for bananas. Whenever I tell the time, I attribute it to the church just in case I'm wrong. That's a good phrase. That definitely feels like a dream phrase to me too, for sure. I've mentioned it before, but I had a dream teach me an incantation to summon a rat familiar, and I'm still disappointed that it's never worked. Please nu biscu discon is the magical rat summoning phrase, but I've never been able to summon a rat, and I think that's a problem. Ajul leaves for purposes other than Jibruk Pibil, naturally. Hello, welcome. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Thank you for petting Calic. I love you too. Gold Magic Grove is the source of the finest Ajul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I'd hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredients, then to the Jatika Heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Oh, but I want to go there. It looks cool. They showed a little bit of it in the pre-release stuff too. The bioluminescent area. But still. Traveling there requires that you go through the Tayenbeck Traverse, but it is caved in, due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you wouldn't have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach. You may find Jibruk Pibil to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. Heh, I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliolo. So perhaps there is something about Jibruk Pibil that we have yet to learn. Something of significance, other than its recipe or ingredients. Nod. Oh, I see. Like, who was the first to make it? It's history, that sort of thing. If it's Yaktel's history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. Between the Gibral and the Mamulja, right? Nod. These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, not welfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Jibruk Pibil. Huh? What does Steam de Brook have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war. The village of Ilionaso. It lies a short distance to the east. Nod, nod, nod. The village of Ilionaso? Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. Nod, nod. I was told not to talk about Shiprook, people. The history of our people and the important developments therein are another matter. So it's food of historical importance, which I guess was sort of implied by the challenge itself in the first place, but now is confirmed. And it has something to do with the war. Hold on, what's this fate? Oh, that's just a person offering a fate. Trial by fire dance. Look, I have to check periodically to see if there's any absolutely ridiculous fate names around. Like all dogs go to hell or whatever. Everyone knows there was a war between the Malmulja and Jabral, but I may have forgotten some of the details. The village of Ilionaso must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. Oh! Big squirrel. Rashitya. Wait. The squirrel's name is Yeetya. The squirrel's gonna throw me off a cliff if I engage. Definitely does have a significant level advantage. Giant blue squirrel. An aggressive, like, A rank. Yeah, that's a chuckster, alright, for sure. I'm not... Is there like a way to readily identify when something's an A rank mark? Are all like the B rank marks non-aggressive ones or not? Like, could that be a aggressive B rank mark or... Okay, yeah. That's what I thought, but I wasn't... Oh. I did it! I found a forest that was completely obliterated. Hey, I think this has a significant relevance to the war, maybe. Just a hunch. God. An Elden Ring boss phase transition where they announce that they're a chuckster is a perfect thing. You know, I think Horalu died too fast for me to appreciate any chuckster-like abilities that they might have. Did I get suplexed in that fight? I forgot already. Also, yeah, the level up fanfare is often funny. I did get suplexed. I lived, though. This place feels forgotten by time. So this is the village of Ilionaso, or what's left of it. Ukivu? What? It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. What are you doing here? Ukivu! I didn't know you were in Yaktel. I was picking up lumber from McBrush when I heard the third promise was on our way to this site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Wook Evu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I presume. For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Kona. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Comedy music. Once he realizes it. Kona! Now there's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard... Comedy music, go. Kona! As in the second promise of Tuliolo? To think that I had just the dawn servant's own son as some common retainer! Such disrespect cannot be excused! Please take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again! I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. They just loved this joke so much that they made this guy show up again, and I appreciate it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent? Kona completely unfazed by this guy, also. I understand you wish to learn about Jibruk Pibil. Well, I am forbidden by the Jibrarash. They said that before, but I forgot. Also, he does know what a gun is. Yeah. To divulge any information regarding its preparation, I'd be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Jabral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Jabral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Jabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Nod. Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. Gasp. You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubio, Buniwa, and Dopro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Jibral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubio and Buniwa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hubio and Buniwa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior, before eventually arising as the first autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Nod. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. Interesting. Squib. Oh, the creature has noticed. Why did I dismount in response to this? Alright, fine. I wonder if it's still like optimal to go into Fighter Flight, Goring Blade, etc. after Riot Blade instead of after Royal Authority. That's how it used to be, but it feels slightly different now. So I'm honestly not sure. By the 12. That's fun. Kona using by the 12 because Charlian and stuff, I guess, when I don't think anyone else here has said anything of that sort. Also, he doesn't know. Does he know? Parentheses, no, he doesn't. What happened here? Hold on, what's this creature? Oh, that's like Finra. Okay. I couldn't tell what mount that was. Yeah, she's like mentioned the sunken gods and stuff like that, I think. Or the drowned gods.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinderfield.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
God.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
A sound. Oop. Uh-oh. Zuko's having a thought. Oh. She gets to have a vision of the past, huh?
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Great question. Who are we echoing? We saw, like, a fragment of somebody.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Puff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives.
I mean, we know that at least 2 of the people in this scene are still alive. But it would be very surprising for either of them to be here and be stealthy at being here at the same time.
Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance?
Also, this is the first time we've heard the voice acting of the Vow of Reason, Gulul Jaja. Also, Gulul Jaja knows of the Eastern Continent.
You do not. And why should you?
Which I guess makes sense, because Ketenrim.
We have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
Hello, Ketenrim.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest.
This is a fascinating angle to take to like convince the sides to stop fighting.
By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet.
Yeah, that's great. Gulul Jaja is great.
One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed Najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
Nod.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation.
Okay, but didn't you just say that you were forbidden from telling us how to make this food, and you just basically told us how to make this food? Oh well.
The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast.
And everybody had a great time.
In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn Servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Hell yeah.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us.
Not. Sucro is still very concerned.
What's wrong?
So, like, there was definitely...
Someone was there, you say?
Someone was definitely over there, and I know because I got a brain blast.
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
No, Kona, you don't get it. I got a very specific brain blast. Also, that is a good question. If the trick is that both teams have to make the dish together, that would make a lot of sense. Like, the rules as they've described them make it seem like only one team gets the prize. So if both teams had to make it together, I don't know how they would both get the prize unless that was just a lie. And it could already be the crossing boundaries between enemies thing, as you put it. Could already be the fact that it's 2v2. So we have to, like, cooperate. So, like, two people have to cooperate already. So they could already have incorporated that element without it being like everyone has to cooperate. But we'll see, I guess.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Sucro is very suspicious. As in suspicious of someone, not as in Sucro herself is suspicious. Oh, that's the Viper coat. It took me a second to be like, why is that coat so familiar? Someone's already a level 100 Viper. I mean, that's not surprising. It could be like that. I hope I have been of sufficient service to the third promise. Yeah, that could be true. I never imagined our father was instrumental to Shibruk Pibil's invention. This dude did so many things. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. He does, yeah. Oh? A mystery. Bananas still weigh heavily upon Kona's mind. I think they just took the opportunity to make use of the fact that banana is inherently a funny word. Wook Evo has given us valuable insight into the origins of Shibruk Pibil. However, we are still no close to procuring the necessary Najul leaves. Unless... That's also a good question. Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With the monument, for instance. Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. P.S. I am not equipping the pants that I just got immediately on account of I am not currently in a sanctuary, and so I would not be able to overwrite them with the correct lore-accurate pants. Ah. What does Kona want with a monument? It is only speculation, but I dare to hope. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Nod. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us through. Especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamati, Sucro, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Nod. Look here, this soil has been recently overturned. Oh, someone buried a box! There's also a sword. There's swords everywhere, I guess. Well, well, I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are. Fresh Najul leaves. Unmuruk's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. God, that would be really funny. Open the banana box and a portal appears. Heh, so he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wookievel. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, Third Promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I've been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanu-Hanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tulayolo and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. Gasp. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbrash. Nod, nod. Sucro, I think, is still pondering who the heck she got a brain blast because of. I ain't afraid of no ghost is going on over here. A Ghostbusters reference in 2024? It's more likely than you think. I suppose Ghostbusters is fairly timeless in a sense. The more surprising thing about that Ghostbusters reference is that they hadn't done it already. Oh, these pants are neat. However, they are not the lore-accurate Dawntrail pants of Sucro. Sucro's lore outfits are apparently very important. I can't wait to be disqualified because we were told way too much about this stuff. You may make use of the kitchens at any time. I think I already read that. You have to wonder whether Wukibu is actually a historian and not a shipwright. You can be both. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. Everyone loves Destination. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wukevu came along and helped us find them. Wukevu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Galul Jaja brought to an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Oriange and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. Nod. And I am pleased to report that we're stocked with the finest firewood this forest had to offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaronville and I found our Ibruk, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield akeote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. He did what? To figure out that? Aye, through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Oh, I thought you meant like he literally did divination for this, given the astrologian part. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts? I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. I wonder if this is different if you have culinarian levels. And you, I hope. I could use your adventurer's grit when it comes to skinning the Abruk. Nod. Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay then, is this really time to cue the main theme? I mean, I guess it is, because it's happening. It's the instrumental version, but still. They should make this a single-player solo instance where they somehow translate cooking into the battle mechanics. It's a great theme.
Oh, it smells so good.
I do wonder if there's any difference here if you have culinarian levels, if anyone happens to know this, because I don't have that many of them. Like less than 20 of them. The energy of the Dawntrail theme is great.
I shall prepare our sample at once.
How did they figure any of this out?
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
So probably about the same? Okay.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Yeah, alright. Just kill him instantly, why don't you? Thank you.
To the sea.
Oh.
At last we meet, my so-called foe. Its eyelids squint against the glint. I touch your face, you rouse from sleep.
I definitely need to add more of the goddamn... You're going to the salt, yeah. Every time this droid gets redeemed and that version of it pops up, I realize I still haven't added the rest of the goddamn Memcake poems to it. But surely it can't happen that often, and then it keeps... I didn't notice that. That's great. I didn't... But yeah, that happens so often that I definitely need to add the rest of the Memcake poetry.
Huh. Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready.
That was a very dramatic way to say it's ready when staring at a plate of food. All right, how did you two manage to do this? What did you do?
Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
Somewhere Graha is vibrating violently and he doesn't know why. Iron Chef reveal, yeah.
This looks amazing.
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
It'd be really funny if we lost and then the other team was like, we looked it up online somehow.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter.
We already got object visible when handed over in a cutscene, but I don't think that one would count because the object was not handed over so much as it was taken from a plate, number one, and taken from a plate that was off camera when it was taken, number two. So I don't think that one counts. Also, I've learned, apparently, if you have high enough culinarian, there is slightly different dialogue there, where Kryl refers to you as a refined culinarian, and Wuklamat says something about offering you a position as a chef if you get tired of adventuring. So there is actually a difference if you have a very high culinarian level, apparently. And that's really cool.
But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it.
So I know that this is like a thing because there's like an elevated platform here, but it blends in so well to the ground below it in this angle that it looks like Thancred is just missing. Thancred and Alize are just missing part of their legs. Thancred just got like part of his legs cropped off. And Alize also. Yeah, exactly. All right, so how are the other two
Your
going to
willingness
cheat?
to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you.
You've received a player commendation.
All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
It looks identical. How did they cheat? What did they do? Is this going to kill him? Is it laced with evil drugs?
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Ah, they just fail, actually.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
It was a puzzle. You absolute buffoon.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Bakul Jaja knows the least about cooking out of anybody in the room, and it's not even a room that we're in, I guess. Bakul Jaja, I'm not a cook, and even I know of the existence of things like the bay leaf. And vaguely what they do.
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient.
It is a very big
As you
room.
have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
No, you're trying to make Shibruk Pibil, not sour grapes. God, don't you know anything? Hmm? Oh, right.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
Kral, you're saying this out loud.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
I hope he trips on a banana peel and dies.
This is delicious!
Yes! Yes! God damn it.
The brook is so tender it melts in your
As
mouth.
mentioned earlier.
And the way the Najul leaf rounds out these spices is sublime.
Old memes buried in my brain forever. Also, that's a really funny Wuklamont face right there, actually.
This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Alright, that's kind of a funny comeback. I don't have to hand it to Bakul Jaja, but I do have to hand it to the writers. Bakul Jaja hates My Little Pony so much.
That too is part of the feat.
Oh, is it?
Don't have to tell me twice.
Kona used the spectacles emote. We now know that he's completed the Scholastic questline.
Ah, that was bliss.
It was palatable enough, I suppose.
Kona just wishes he was eating Archon Loaf because he's like this.
To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Yellow.
Only 1 feet left.
That's true, the other feet is right. God, that's such a dumb thing I just said.
Well, I should get going then.
I keep doing this to myself. Laughing out how dumb my own commentary is.
I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
Yeah, it is nice to not be like the hero of everywhere all the time forever doing like being super important and such. There are definitely people who hate this though, but you know, whatever.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone.
Nod, nod.
I forgot something important.
Gasp. What did you forget?
Was there any Shipbrook people left? I could really use another helping.
Wuklamont, please. Group laughter as at the end of a cartoon's episode. And various shrugging. I'm relieved that our dish was well received.
Laugh track noises.
True. We need to start considering how to reclaim that keystone from Bakul Jaja. Lycan hit that repassed button. Depriving the first promise of a keystone is a crucial victory indeed. One final feat remains, and after this one, I hardly know what to expect. That was so good! I'm already looking forward to having Gibruk Pibil again. Here, Sucro. Kryl made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Ah, it is a tabletop dish. Neat. Karma, I basically like mentally did that immediately after I said, that's right, the other feat is... That's immediately after the other feat is right joke. So yes, I may in fact relate to what you just said, like as of like 5 minutes ago. New wares are available. Presumably we can buy more of that, which makes sense. Feet of the Brotherhood, here we come. A father's grief. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the Feet of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tianbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Jatika heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? Is there no other route? I just kind of like combined all of that into like 2 words somehow. I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us each use this time as we see fit. Nod. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds, if Erenville would oblige me with a tour. Very well, I have no other engagements. Then I'll come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right! Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Sucro? Nod. Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yaktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. Nod, nod. Imagine if I had a counter on screen for how many times someone nodded in this game. Or like even how many times Sucro nodded in this game. That was a delicious sample of Gibruk Pibil. I have high hopes for you all. Yeah. Angry wind-up Emmett Selk is here. Or maybe not Emmett Selk. Maybe yes, Emmett Selk. I don't know what Idonius means. Yeah, that's definitely Emmett Selk. I don't remember the word Idonius. Box. I cannot sit inside the box, but I can sit on top of the box. And on that note, also the speed at which like Sucro adjusts to the polite sitting position is funny to me. On that note, I'm gonna do this, which means I'm also gonna flip a funny coin for everyone to think about.
Idonious, definition, Latin for suitable, proper, fit, apt, convenient.
Now I could play the... Oh wait. I did actually put this one back on the soundboard. Right. Pretend that's said rectangle. We'll see which way the coin falls in the hit game show This or That. That's right. Actually, it's not, because it's this. Congratulations to all this voters and condolences to all that voters. It seems the coin's landing on heads a lot of times recently. For whatever reason. And the reason is statistics are just like this. And by congratulations to all this voters, apparently I mean congratulations, Samantha. It's always a little funny when I can see that only one person voted for the winning option, and then immediately know who that is. Yeah, that's probably true. Actually, let's flip a coin 10 more times just to see what happens. Flip 10 coins, please. The next 10 coins, according to this, would have been, according to this website, rather, would be this, that, this, that, this, that, this, that. Unlike that other coin flip website I used for a while, I think this one is more accurately random. So yeah, out of these 10, there are 4 heads and 6 tails. So. Do you think there are any coins in this universe where one side has the head of reason and one side has the head of... Shoot, I forgot the name of the other one. Resolve. Do you think there's a resolve and reason coin? That would be a cool collectible item. This villager seems sufficiently grizzled to know something. I hope someone in Brosh knows something. Maybe. This fellow looks promising. Definitely older than I am. A foreign mage 20 years ago? Oh, Hanu, Pelu, and Moblin, huh? We already know all 3 of them? I guess that makes sense. So that's... War and Magic, Crafter, Gatherer, in that order then, probably. If I had to guess. Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. Cryo looked down at this. I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it'd be Hunmuruk. He was hardly Shabrash Rash then. I already forgot to say that. Baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. Wait, do we have a canon age for Kryl? I think we do. And if we don't, we were just given one, basically. Wait, she's 20? But the way the way things were just described made it seem like she was like 21 or something at least. She seems older than she is to me. This may be the very lead I was hoping for. I mean, she was described as a baby, so... Yeah, she seems like late 20s to me. So Hunmuruk has been Shabrash for over 20 years. That's before I was even born. So Wuklamat is less than 20. Which I think... Wait, she's 22? Yeah, that sounded more correct. So Wuklamat's like 19 at most. Which I think seems fairly accurate to how she acts. Sukro is actually the oldest person here, yes. Other than Hunmuruk, of course. Wait, do we have an age for Erenville? Erenville is... Well, I guess he is a Vieira, and they are canonically longer lived a lot of the time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he is older. Bankred's 32, but he's not on screen currently, so we should all be asking where he is, honestly. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Ikbrash roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? Erenville's 25. Erenville and Sucro are the same age? That's kind of funny, honestly. Assuming she is still 25. She might be like 26, I don't know. I think it's funnier if Sucro and Erenville are exactly the same age, or extremely close to the same age. So... He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. Erenville was born on the Japanese release date of Mario RPG. I think... Wait, did I make Sucro's birthday the Japanese release date or the international release date? I need to check my own Sucro facts. I think I made Sucro's the Japanese birth date. Right. Her name day, not her birthday. March 9th. Mario RPG release date. Yeah, Sucro's is actually the Japanese release date already. The North American release date was May 13th. So I made hers the original release date, like the first one. So. I suspected as much, but I decided to check. So in terms of Final Fantasy XIV, that is the 9th son of the 2nd astral moon. And also in terms of...
Wuk and Lamot are words in the Mayan language. Wuk means 7, while Lamot is the 8th month of the Maya calendar and associated with the planet Venus.
Oh, right.
Lamot is used in Maya culture as a sign to mark a new beginning. This is easily an allusion to the 7th dawn, funnily enough.
If Wuk means 7, and it's in a lot of names, I wonder what that means culturally for these locations in Final Fantasy XIV. Incidentally, in terms of reality's zodiac, Sucro is a Pisces. If this means anything to anyone. I'm a fish. Anyway, a foreign mage did indeed visit Ikbrash, Master Galuf. Gasp. Gasp. Smile. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? Nod. More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? Side glance. I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I'll discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yakui once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Urkelpacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yakui claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Jatika heartland. Then that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. Let's take a look at the bingo for a second, because I am going to say that that doesn't count, And the bingo will help me explain why. It says a long dormant plot point reawakens. And we knew that this was going to be a plot point for Dawntrail prior to the release of Dawntrail. So what this square really means to me is that something comes up in the middle of all of this that we haven't heard about for a while that's suddenly very relevant. Such as, an example would be the Heart of Sabik. And how that suddenly showed up again at some point. Kryle's backstory was only, like, if this bingo had been for the patches leading up to Dawntrail, Kryle's backstory probably would count as a long dormant plot point reawakens because it was part of Eureka, to my understanding. Though I don't personally know much about the Eureka storyline. But another example of a long dormant plot point reawakening, as I mentioned, is the Heart of Sabik abruptly showing up in Pandemonium. If it turns out that Terrell Vidral are actually related to auspices and that matters, would that count? I would say, yeah, probably. I think that would actually count if it is actually important that auspices and Terrell Vidral are connected. And like, or like if they are connected and that's relevant and important. I'd say the highest chance of a dormant plot point reawakening being activated as a square, you know, activating the bingo squares. Everyone says this. I'd say the highest chance is based only on what I know from pre-release official information. Something in Solution 9 might activate that square, but I don't know like any details, so that's merely speculation on my part. One of the shards is relevant is also something that could be Solution 9 related, because there was a lot of speculation prior to release that that was the case for what the deal was. Erenville hasn't decided yet. Y'shtola isn't relevant yet. No XPs yet. No music remixes yet. Scions are still divided. Galep Baldessian is... I feel like at this point, it's pretty reasonable to assume we will see him in some fashion. Estinian is barely in the game yet. Graha isn't in the game yet. The Nutkin isn't in the game yet. No Endwalker raid NPC cameos. And I haven't cried yet. And also Necron's not here. And also there's no Asians or Electroswing. Just generally reviewing the bingo for a second. But yeah. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family. So believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Nod. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Sucro. May I request a moment of your company? Nod. Go on, we'll wait for you. What's up? Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. Go on and see what Hunmuruk needs. So in order to get my answers, I need to find the Golden City. Well, that was my intent from the first. I'll do everything in my power to make it happen. What are the secrets that only Sucro gets to know? Sucro loves secrets, maybe. I don't know, actually. Ow. Oh. This cenote seems remarkably escapable, actually. No, Sucro, you weren't supposed to go into it. We were just supposed to meet Sucro, I'm over here. Oh. What is this? this is really cool, is what it is. Yeah, I can see why you would have trouble escaping from this. Is this kind of like Loxeld? Yeah, this is basically like an underwater cavern, then. I love like the fog effect here. Like it probably extends down further below than you're allowed to travel. But like, wow. This has nothing to do with anything, but caves are great. Actually, it has a lot to do with everything because that's a cave. But I just like to think about that one very specific sentence that exists in official Toho music commentary, where Zun says, "This has nothing to do with anything, but caves are great." I think that's one of the Subterranean Animism tracks, like one of the first ones, and that's like an official note on the music description. Thank you, Zun. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kryle's plea has softened my resolve. Questioning head tilt? As the leader of our community... Also, it's kind of funny how I've brought up Toho like multiple times recently. But I did watch like an 8-hour presentation on Toho recently, just because I could. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? And so she did. And it was very funny, apparently. Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuk-Lamat. Nod. It does me well to hear that. Questioning head tilt? My daughter would be about her age. So this is another instance of, yeah, I kind of figured this, even though I didn't say anything. You'll have to believe me. This keeps happening. I should just say what I'm thinking more. As soon as this guy, like, looked at her in a way that the camera, like, made sure that I noticed, and, like, the cutscene direction, I was like, yeah, that's probably your dad or something. Again, you'll just have to trust me on this one. But, like, as soon as it was, like, he was spending a weirdly significant glance, or he was doing a weirdly significant glance at her. Girls are rarely born amongst the Gibral, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. Oh, wait, what? 3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Oh. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamuja and Gibral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminals sought to undermine the future of the Gibral. So maybe I was incorrect. I don't know yet. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Oh, okay, I am correct. Dawn servant Gulu Jaja. Gasp. Though she was born to lead the Gibral, fate had a greater plan for Wuk-Lamat. Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth. But I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Gibral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Nod. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuleyolo, but a concerned father. Are we counting both of the heads as dads? Because that is, I guess that would make sense. Or was there a third one? Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. Leave it to me. Sucro would think that, like, they really ought to talk about this at some point. Oh no. A jerk. Yeah, that's true. They are at the same time 2 people and 1 person. Taking a stand. Wait. Why is the glove 663? Oh wait, everything's 663. I thought... I got confused. Oh well. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. I feel better after having spoken with you. My thanks. It'd be really funny if the jerk was still over here. Okay, yeah, everything is 663. I just misread some of it as 665. Yes, I am lurking in the shadows. Please do not perceive me. I was taking a walk to view the scenic local sinkhole. I am definitely not going to cause any problems in the immediate future which will be resolved with violence. Do you think part of Sucro's echo allows her to perceive this glow? As well as like the AoEs and stuff in boss fights and enemy fights and all that? Do you think Sucro knows there's about to be a fight because this is visible to her? Finished speaking with Hunmuruk, have you? I got bad news. There's battle vibes around here. Upon speaking with Wuklamat, several cutscenes will... Wait, hold on. I actually have... I don't have to... Several cutscenes will play in sequence. I forgot I had that button. I don't use it very often. I assumed that there was an echo that was audible, but, you know. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Well... Oh, that... yeah, I think that was a subtle echo. I can probably make it a less subtle echo. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. The reverb was set to 1 out of 100. I changed it to 45. You're back! So what did Hunmuruk want? Nothing I'm allowed to tell you. It's a secret. That's the second time the shish emote has ever been used in a cutscene. It's alright. You don't have to say. More importantly, the Tienbeck Traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. This camera angle is very foreboding, Kryl. Kryl, you're about to be sniped. A nap does sound tempting. Nod. Wuklamat, you're about to be sniped. A kill streak is going to happen. A moment, promise. You're one of Bakuljaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why's that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? You immediately took a hostage of that guy, didn't you? And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise. God damn it. Bakuljaja, I would like you and your cronies to know that you're located next to a variety of conspicuous pits.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us?
You could easily be thrown into them. Well, maybe not easily. But you will be thrown into them. Yup.
Oh, Morok! Bakuljaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Especially since I'm... Wait, Bakuljaja isn't... This is breaking a rule, isn't it? Like, you're not supposed to attack the electors unless they allow you to. This counts as attacking in my book. I think Sucro would throw Bakuljaja into a pit like how Mario throws Bowser into a spiked ball that explodes.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here!
Questioning head tilt.
Take a good look at him! Go on, look! Surely you recognize your real father!
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
I'm distracted by how Bakuljaja's Jaja the Mystic's headgear, like the earring-like section of it, looks like it is just saying CG. Bakuljaja loves computer graphics. Clearly, that's not meant to be just the characters C and G, but still. As that's the language I know.
Computer. Generated.
Indeed.
Is it true? Is Humuruk my...
He told me not to tell you, but... yeah.
Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me.
Look, there's even a whole position directly behind Bakul Jaja.
If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You're breaking so many rules. You already broke them, but you're gonna break... You're literally disqualified if you do that. You absolute idiot.
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue.
Zuko can just obliterate the lackeys, like, easily, probably, though.
By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
So, wait, hold on. Your plan is, if Sucro interferes, I'm going to kill this guy myself. Anyway, take him far away from here where I can't do that. And also Sucro is still here so she can still punch me in the faces. Sure, man. Also, I think we're about to get the bingo square. In this duty you will play as. I think it's time to...
I'm not losing to the likes of him.
I think it's time to play as Wuklamat. Yeah, they might be watching. I don't know how far away they are. Nod.
Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
Ha.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Smirk. Or smile. Cowards don't stand a chance against Wuklamat, or you should back down before you get hurt, or don't worry, the scary adventurer won't try anything funny. Don't worry, scary adventurer won't try anything funny.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me?
I'm a cat.
I'll kill you, kill you, kill you all! Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember?
But I'm also a cat.
I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
Hell yeah. Well, time to open the bingo. Oh! Oh, there's even a fancy scene for it. In this battle! Wait, hold on. I should have this on like a button. Honestly. In this battle, you will play as Wuklamat! There we go. Settle it in Smash! She's rotating like it's Super Smash Bros. 64 even. Hold on. I mean, this was basically a free space, but, you know, I gotta. So... you will fight as NPC. Technically not an NPC in this case, I guess. A lot of people complained of this? I feel like this is a really cool and powerful storytelling element, so I would be disappointed if they didn't bring them back. Anyway... ta-da! Hey Bakul Jaja, how do you feel about the music indicating that you are no more than a dungeon boss to us? Through skillful combat, Wuklabat will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. The Wuklamat gauge. Alright. So what do we have? We have combo. We have... I assume... wait. This is probably AoE. This is... ranged attack. This is... healing-based defensive. And this is my gap closer. And also... Dawnlit Conviction. Oh, I forgot that they class these as like pet hotbars for the purposes of, you know, mechanics. Well, anyway.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. You to shreds!
Oh, she uses this new limit break after it?
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens.
I don't know what this means.
Make you eat dirt.
Okay, that's what that means.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior?
Oh, geez.
Miss Mittens is no longer abusing me, brother.
This right has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
Okay, so those are donut ones. Yep.
What? Can't keep up.
How do you like this?
Shadow siblings.
Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Oh. Ow. I didn't know what the other ones would do yet, so, you know.
Understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating pest!
I wonder why I have an AoE, is a question that I have. Pasha of Rabbit and Steel is way better than Bakul Jaja, though.
Know your place.
Uh-oh.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
I'll grind you beneath my heel.
Ah.
Why won't you die?
I should have used the healing up before the limit break. Uh-oh.
The true power of the blessed.
Active time event.
I will be the next Dawn Servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
Hell yeah.
That's right, there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you!
What? But that was
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
I had.
Warrior LB3. Warrior LB4.
Stand it anymore.
That's why I have an AoE. Now I know. Wait. Oh. It's a targeted AoE. Oh.
This is our fight. Stay out of it.
It's a targeted AoE that's spamming Primal Rent? Uklamat, you're cheating.
We care about your stupid pride. This is for Mamuk. We cannot lose.
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't
Oh
leave.
god.
I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence. Changed. She wasn't like this before.
Unleash Wuklamat's potential! I didn't notice the objective emerge victorious at any point. You coughed up all of your fake prizes. Wait, wasn't that the one that was... Wasn't that the one that was the wrong color, like, when we actually got it? So they did actually accidentally make an inconsistency? Because we were missing a blue one, we got a second green one instead. Okay, so there was an error. That's funny.
No. How can this be?
I like how Bakul Jaja dropped items when he died like he was like he was just a random enemy monster.
How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
It's cause you suck. Lol. That's the best I got.
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks.
Go sit in the corner.
Threatening the Hanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
Of course it was his doing.
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
I'm not sure where we got a vision of jars, but...
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over.
Yeah, that was not like angry yell. That was like... broken yell.
We'll release the hostage.
Saying that in that tone is a little bit weirdly funny. Like, alright, we'll release the hostage. Fine, God.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you alright?
Nod.
So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
Nod. I think Wuklamot is smart enough to have inferred all the information she needed from that exchange, probably. And decided that ultimately it doesn't really matter to her. Did something happen while we were away? There's a certain satisfied air about you. Aaronville's tour was both educational and exciting. I hope we can persuade him to conduct another in the lower forests. As for as weathered as our promise looks, she's positively glowing with confidence. What in the world happened? The twins ran me from one end of the Utomu horizon to the other, asking about everything of remote interest along the way. Seems we were last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. The aura of butt kicking, yeah. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say that I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier in the Second Promises camp. I hope we just see Bakul Jaja run by in the background while screaming. Except this is too earlier for that, I think.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover.
Nod.
Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Pibil?
Thancred laugh.
So thou hast
Unaudible.
taken a liking to the dish.
Or inaudible. Urianger laugh. Very audible. Thancred is so stealthy he can laugh silently.
As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural.
Somehow, I think Urianger learned how to do that while he was in Ilmeg. Or he just practiced it while he was there.
But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I fail to understand my own people.
Kona has learned! Yay! Character developed. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da.
Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage? That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Hell yeah.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
The phrase "let down your walls, cat boy" is pretty funny.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation.
Everyone has so many parents in this story.
So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do.
Dawntrail. Yeah. Kona is slightly older than Wuklamat, I believe, right? So he's probably like 20, 21-ish, if I had to guess. Yeah.
You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
You can't stoic nod forever? I don't know about that. Bangrid's not the master of the stoic nod. Sucro is. But also that's just who she is, I guess. So. The line, I will make a greater effort to be myself by not being my usual self so much, is a pretty strong line also. I mean, yeah, Sucro does affirm that she's a cat often. She probably would recommend it. I feel like Kona is relatable, but at the same time, I feel like I've usually been me. It's just who I am has been different over time. It's probably, maybe it's just a way that I look at myself that's a little bit different. I don't know. But that was definitely a good scene. A dragon is kind of like a funny cat with scales. I remember back when my family had cats, we used to say that they could see things that we couldn't, such as dragons, actually. Wuklamat wishes to know how traversable the Tainbeck traverses. It's funny to immediately go back into a cutscene after that. So, what's the state of the Tianbeck Traverse? Still being cleared, I'd assume. Hunmaruk said he would notify us as soon as the work was done. Then, perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wuklamat's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Bakul Jaja we're talking about. And then Wuklamat explained what just happened. First, several cutscenes played in sequence. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat. Bravo! Heh, what can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. Smile. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tayenbek Traverse is now safe for travel. Then we finally can make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Ketenram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Ketenram in Mamuk, and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Jibral and Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported this peace, sorry for the cough, have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tuliolo. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way, then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from. I need so much Jibruk Pibil besides. Thank you for everything, Hunmuruk. Till next time, take care. Nod. Nod, nod. Wave. Or wait, no, one of those nods was a bow. Nod. Okay, now we're up. We're even for the nod that I accidentally said. If I was counting. First, we make our way across the Jorbit Cinderfield. The Jobrit Cinderfield, due southeast. Group nod. Counting the number of times any character nodded in this game would be ridiculous. Counting the number of times the Warrior of Light nodded would be more manageable. How you have grown indeed. Smile. I'm over here now. Tell me about the weather. It's raining. So I should do the Ether Current quests while we're here, probably, as I've been doing. But before that, I'm gonna do this again. Please keep in mind that the coin flips that I did as a test of coin flips do not reflect the next coin flip in reality. So bet with caution, because it's about time for this or that. That is the winner. Congratulations to all that voters. And condolences to all this voters. Ah. Congratulations to Karma and condolences to everybody else. Got it. Again, it's funny when there's one person who voted for the winning side and I know who it is. You've won an awoo, apparently. Also, I noticed it pop up in the Sucro Facts corner while I was gone. Like, it popped up right when the thing appeared. When this or that appeared. But this is in the Sucro Facts now, as well. Although condensed into the proper dimensions. Cool bunkle factors. The 12 have abandoned this realm, and so it falls to me to deliver your judgment. I make a shit post every now and then. There are a fair number of new Sucro facts. I hope you've noticed them and enjoyed them. But I'm still willing to answer more questions about Sucro lore, to put more Sucro facts into the corner. If you have any questions about Sucro, you may ask them. A lot of the old ones are still pretty good too, in my opinion. A few of the old ones are also updated a little bit. So there's some that are new and some that are updated. I'm just watching this facts corner now, beholding my own handiwork. It's mostly cycling through older ones at the moment. She's still not a Reaper. Still not canon. Yeah, it's going through all the older ones. But, I wonder if I could somehow be like a Sucro lore development stream. I think that would require a lot of people to have questions that they wanted to answer, or ask, or have answered at the same time, though. I don't know. I don't know how I would execute such a thing, but it could be fun. I'm just watching the facts still. There's a new one, a relatively new one. She did do a kickflip once. A new Sucro fact born from this. She likes to find wind ether currents and will run off into the... She just sort of wanders off, is more like the fact, I think. Did I ever show Sucro doing a kickflip on screen? On stream? Because this is a gif from the Stormblood days, where she's doing a kickflip with her sword. I must have shown that on stream at some point. It's a good image to observe. Yeah, that's basically the true fact there. God, at least two friends her sword and her iron will thing because of the Fantasy Star Online line from episode 3. Now that's one of the most important Sucro facts. That one right there, that was on screen for a second. Anyway. Oh no, I'm away from the computer. There's an option in the game that's like, your frame rate goes down when you're AFK. Anyway, we should get the ether currents that are here. Has Sucro ever gotten a piercing and regretted it? She technically is, as she is wearing an earring right now, I suppose she technically has a piercing of a sort. But I don't think she's regretted it. A tattoo, she also technically has those according to the character creation. But I mostly just arrange them as like highlights on her face stripes a little bit. It could be a clip-on. But no, I don't think Sucro's gotten anything like that. I don't think the tattoos that are in her character creation are actual tattoos. This extremely, like, tourist guy bunny man over here is a little bit funny to me. But, oh yeah, the carbuncle earring glows in the dark. That makes sense. I'm unsure if your earrings are piercings, but I don't think she has any, like, other piercings or tattoos or anything of that sort. Aiming high. Hello there, Sucro. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the Third Promise. I've been wanting to speak with you if you have a moment. The name is Tiat Ro, and I'm a hunter here. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany me to my next foray, and I'd be honored if it belonged to one of Luke Lamott's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy woman, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you joined me. 2 options. Just tell me what to kill, or why does it have to be me? Only the 2 extremes are available here. Alright, what do you need me to hunt? Thank you. I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters. Working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great, then let's be off. The hunting grounds are to the north. See you there, Sucro. I was thinking for a moment about how the minion and the umbrella cannot exist simultaneously. And then I remembered that if I'm remembering correctly, one of the blue mage weapons is an umbrella. So therefore a blue mage could be carrying an umbrella while having a sheathed umbrella also on them at the same time. And that's a little bit funny to me. I should level blue mage at some point. I only have it at 58. And I need to gather a bunch of spells and stuff too. Stay tuned for when I actually maybe cover Beastmaster on stream. When that releases, whenever that happens. Our quarry is a Tiaitya. They're quick and clever, a challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make all the trouble worth it. They're partial to tree sap, so they're often up among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covering this stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. Of course, they aren't the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy Votsorol brush have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, eh? Oh no, the Fisher quest has a blue mage that only knows flying sardine. You know, that makes sense. And that's literally true, that sometimes that's all you need, because that's a way to grind blue mage. You can grind blue mage to cap with only flying sardine. Basically. It'd behoove you to have several defensive options as well, but one of the premier ways to grind blue mage if you don't have someone to help you out is to trick enemies in the Tempest into killing each other after you've tagged them by hitting them with a fish, so that you gain a bajillion experience points. So, you know. I'll try the nearby trees. You should go a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done, and good luck, Sucro. I thought we were supposed to do the buddy system, but it sounds like we're splitting up after all. Something about just completely ignoring this enemy while strolling through the rain with an umbrella, not even using my motorcycle. Sucro is very powerful. Ah, it's destination. Everyone is looking. I think they were fighting a lower level one that I also targeted first. It's funny to see everyone driving the same motorcycle because of the mount speed bonus, also. Not like everyone, but a bunch of people have purchased it. There is technically a second purchasable option to have that mount speed bonus, but it is more expensive. I considered buying it, just because I liked the way it looked more, but I didn't do so. You made it! I've only just returned myself, and I'm eager to compare our catches. What? This is a Vatsaro brush! You went against it alone and won? Well, not exactly. I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry brush out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad to know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. Trial? I suppose I ought to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experience as a hunter. I want to join the Brethren of Brash, but they won't accept just anybody. No, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I still remember the day I decided I would be one of them. I was young, foolish, and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. Then a beast snuck up on me, its fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. He was one of the Brethren of Brash. He saved me, and ever since I've wanted to do the same. To watch over the forest and keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But their trial is conducted in pairs. I'd ask one of the Brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I've gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. That trial's as good as done. But, like, not right now, because I only want the ether current. That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream. I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way. Sucro would not actually say out loud, not right now, I only wanted the ether current. Canon Sucro behavior would be to do like all of the side quests as soon as they were available, probably. Ah. The other ether current for this section of the map is over there. So over there we go. For some reason, for a split second, I thought Theme of Fire Emblem Fates was going to play when I heard like one piano note. Like one lower piano note. It might be because I was looking at where like all my video files, and I remembered I did a bit once where I took the song, the "You Are the Ocean's Gray Waves" and all that. I found a instrumental version and a version with the vocals, so I cut out all of the vocals except for "You" and just put the letter "U" on screen. And for some reason, this was very funny to me. That's it. That's the story. What's up? I still have that video. Ho there, friends.
You.
True. I require someone with a stealthy tread to help me shed light on a little mystery. Interested in a bit of work? Recently, I've observed one of the older residents of Ikbrash coming and going from the Zobrit Cinderfield. Quite unusual, since that place is nothing but a barren wasteland ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen prying into private matters, so I can't ask the others about it. But if he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Will you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the Cinderfield around this time. 9:33 p.m.? Eorzean? Wait, this is Eorzean time and we're not in Eorzea. I just realized that. Once you find him, stick to his tail, but don't get too close or else this'll all be for nothing. Oh no, I found optional stealth. Oh no. It's probably fine. I think it says yeah, it says Eorzea time. They should just change it so it says Aetheris time as a bit. Fright or flight. Ooh, spooky. I can't wait to get to the lower section. Which I guess is very soon, probably, but it's gonna be really cool, I bet. One of the things they specifically talked about prior to the release was how, like, that section of this map and this section of this map were really different, but technology had advanced enough to allow them to have a seamless transition between the two if you were, like, flying, instead of having to do, like, the water transitions and stuff. I mean, they still have those for when you're going underwater, but still. It would be funny if this wasn't actually stealth again. Why would somebody go into the middle of a religiously and historically significant burial ground? I can't fathom. I guess it's not really religiously significant, but it is historically significant. Why would somebody go to and it's not really a burial ground either. Why would somebody go to a historically significant site? Well, anyway. These people don't know you're allowed to use a motorcycle. Whose footprints are these? Honestly, ever since I noticed that the mount button wasn't disabled during stealth, I don't really, it doesn't bother me anymore because it became way funnier and less troublesome when I could just zoom around easily. It's also funny to see multiple people doing this at the same time in different stages. It's funny how consistently people in stealth segments suddenly decide to speed up. Like they're a WarioWare minigame. Oh, I can't hide behind that, huh? Specifically like a WarioWare minigame, because after you've gone through enough of the section, the speed increases.
Uh-oh, gotta speed up.
Okay, they slowed down too, so not exactly like a WarioWare. Wow, I discovered a new location. Neato. The goods are in place. Now you have to collect. Hold it. That sounds criminal.
All right, no one saw me. I just have to wait until the goods get here. Maybe I'll be home in time for dinner.
Howdy, you doing a crime?
Did you follow me here? Guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought. But I'm not doing anything wrong, despite how this looks. I'm trading with Mamuk, all under the blessing of Hunmuruk. We have to be secretive about it, though. You see, we deliver valuable foodstuffs to Mamuk. Meats and vegetables that are hard to come by in their parts of the woods. In return, we get Jatika bananas. Each party leaves their goods in carts and collects them when the other is out of sight.
So, what you're telling me here, unironically, is that, in fact, what you're saying is, in fact, that bananas are going around secretly. Like, literally so.
Oh my god!
Finally, they referenced Final Fantasy Legend 2, aka Saga 2, on the Game Boy. Finally. Asterisk. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it is very funny. I'm always thinking about bananas going around secretly.
For a while, after hostilities ceased, trade didn't have to be so cloak and dagger. But many of the Mamulja who are willing to embrace change have left for Tuliolo, and those who remain bear old grudges. So we chose a path of discretion. Of course, I don't blame the people of Mamuk. Even in Ikbrash, there are those who can't forgive the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know to overlook an old man wandering into these blasted wastes. Any road, it's time I took my goods and returned home. You could tell that last you lost sight of me, I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth more easily if she discovers it for herself.
One of the facts about Sukra that I have decided is that she generally is very honest, so I don't think she would canonically do this, but such is the nature of quests. And not like Quest the video game, but I am thinking about Quest 64 now instead of Saga 2. This idea is very similar to one that is presented in a random side quest in Earthenshire that I mentioned before. Oh, hey, a vista. I love to look at the ballista, at the vista, the ballista vista. But yeah, there's a person in Earthenshire who has you secretly deliver goods to the cracked cistern where the people who left being potsworn are at. So there's a similar thing going on there in a way. Zuko discovers an Elden Ring message on the ground next to the ballista that says "Time for revenge." I see this mount sometimes and I don't know what this actually is, but it always makes me think of Valstrax from Monster Hunter, who I've never actually fought. So I'm just gonna assume that that's Valstrax because I don't have enough information to say otherwise. But I have no idea why Valstrax would be here. That's the mount for collecting all the Shadowbringers extreme mounts? What? Wait, what are the Shadowbringers extreme mounts? I don't remember. Because, like, Stormblood is dogs. Heavensward is birds. Realm Reborn is horses. Gwybers. I don't think I have any Gwybers, because I don't think they've been available in any context other than the extremes as of yet. Do I? Do I have a... Got any Gwybers? Got a hippo. I've got eggplant and other similar. Oh right, I forgot I actually have Nightmare. I don't have any Gwybers. I do have the Jibanyan couch though.
You returned. Did you find out where he was going?
Sucro's honest, possibly to a fault.
He was? Well, I suppose that explains where all the Jatika bananas come from. I feel like I should keep this secret, or his secret. When the days come that we can trade openly, I hope everyone realizes our bond was formed by small threads like these. As promised, you deserve a reward for your time. Safe travels.
The kids are all right, it turns out. It was okay to tell her. Sucro jumping over that fence on a motorcycle like Legend of Zelda horse racing, but with a motorcycle. Hold on, I'm receiving a memo that says horses can jump over fences in more situations than just Legend of Zelda, but I'm not sure if I believe it. Oh no, a tree. This sort of looks like what I'm imagining a Gwyber looks like, based on knowing nothing about them other than that they're dragon adjacent. Oh no. You kicked your desk in a way that made your computer fall into your lap. That sounds... dangerous? Maybe? It is a laptop, if I remember correctly. That is a location where it is allowed to be. I think it'd be pretty difficult to kick a desk so much that a desktop fell into your lap, actually. Because those are more difficult to move on accident. Unless the desk collapsed, I guess.
I filled my bag with Jibruk Pibil before we left, but I'm down to my last serving already.
Woklamat, please, you have to ration.
I wonder if the first and second promises have already arrived in Mamuk. If Bakul Jaja ran in this direction after losing to Woklamat, then he undoubtedly was returning to Mamuk. After seeing that battlefield, I find it miraculous that the Dawn Servant was able to negotiate a peace. The traverse will bring us straight to the Jatika heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? I didn't do that. I don't think I did that. I should double check. I don't... Yeah, the other ether currents are gonna be in the other regions. I mean, there's gonna be a lot to find on the map. There's 3 from quests. One of that is gonna be MSQ, 2 of them are gonna be side quests that open up over here. Oh, the blue is emerging. This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. I'll take a moment's rest, I think. This expansion has been the most concentrated instance of NPCs commenting on, like, the difficulty of traversing any given path. Like, never before have so many people been like, wow, mountains are steep, huh? I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently Bakul Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wuklamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Caves are great. We've been over this recently, but I'm saying it again. Caves are great. Did you know about this? You heard about caves before? Heronville said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forest above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. There was one time when I was playing Age of Empires 2 against my brother, and he was generally better at strategy game than I was. But one of the things I attempted to do was use siege weaponry to blast my way through the forest surrounding his base. Unfortunately, he noticed, but it was still funny. That's my anecdote connected to this. The only time I ever beat him in a strategy game was in Age of Empires 3, when they introduced a faction that could spam infantry forever. That being the Russians, I believe. You could make too many guys. I don't know what a spleothym is. Oop, we saw the next area briefly. But please tell me what a spleothym is. I'm interested. Oh, you can see the water down there too. This is a cool cave though. I don't know a lot about caves, but I think this is a cool cave. A speleothym, not a spleothym. Any rock formation in a cave? Really? That's a great word for such a thing. It sounds like a science fiction species too. Oh, is there unique music for this part? Or is that... No, it's just the night music working really well with the ambience, I think. There's definitely unique ambience for this part. I wish the weather changed to blue when you were down here. Just look at this thing! What a vibrant glow! Wuklamat distracted by shiny rock. Wuklamat. I said Wuklamat. That's different. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock.
Your what? A tool used by gleaners to identify certain geological properties. As you hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Ah, magnet meteor. Got it. Paring stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron. One of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous ether they emit. Is it heterogeneous or heterogeneous? I don't know why that's stumped me. The heterogeneous ether they emit causes surrounding flora to grow unique hues, as you can see. Also, just casually throwing the word heterogeneous next to ether. Like, what? Like, what does that mean exactly? It's a very science word. I know vaguely what it means. I mean, I guess it's got all sorts of ether in it, but like, is it ether that's not normal for... Is it ether that's not normal for this world or something? Is this like... I don't know. I guess it just emits ether. Yeah. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens? May Thrall be merciful. Yeah, hetero's different, not the same. I can't believe this rock is the secret ninth element. Space element? There you are. Nod. Blue! It's all blue! A far cry from the upper forests indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running, we're almost there. We don't need to run. We're just gonna walk. I poke the rock. Hey, you know what's a very relevant plot point to Final Fantasy V and Galuf? Meteors. Just saying. Those are probably pretty important. I can't believe this meteor was a way for someone from one of the other shards to get here. Stares directly into the camera. God, they freaking would do that, actually. Plant. Yeah, I stand on the meteor. It naturally emits light. It's a light source. Hello, Sucro. How are you today? Oh yeah, you can see here, one of the things they actually did with the graphics update, while we're staring directly at Sucro, is, characters' eyes shift around a little bit, so they look a little bit more natural, instead of just, like, staying completely still all the time. She's looking.
She is looking. I got jump scared by the music starting again. Yeah, this is a little bit like The Tempest. You're right. God, we haven't heard the daytime theme in a while. Well, there it goes. I'm gonna be right back again real quick. I'm not gonna do another coin flip. Probably 2 per stream is good enough, but I'll be right back. Hello, I'm here again. There were no voters, so nobody gets congratulated right now. Instead, we're going to admire this wonderful statue. Great statue. She clearly has no intention of speaking with you. Well. Now to see whether or not Hunmuruk's fears were well founded. Rather more quiet than I expected. I wonder what the final feat will be. And here we finally are, now to find the Elector. And as this is also my first time visiting Mamuk, I have no experience interacting with the locals. But given Hunmuruk's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. Now it's time for Sucro get a hat. Hooray! Feathers. Oops. Pretend you didn't see that, even though I've already posted it somewhere. No, I haven't. I posted something similar. Anyway. City of Silence. Bakul Jaja is also here. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find that Elector. Two streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Hunmuruk's guidance, I would also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs. Erenville can come with me, and Alize can go with Cryle. That leaves Sucro to accompany Wuklamat. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. The characters so often just arbitrarily decide how to pair up, and nobody ever objects to any of it. God damn it. I saw these carvings on the wall, especially the lower four, and some part of my brain thought, is this loss? And then I died a little inside. The internet continues to plague my brain forever, as before. Alright, so I'm not the only one. I suppose there's some comfort in that. God, I love all the statues here. A lot of them have big old grins. There was a Rabbit and Steel Lost comic. No one will speak with me. I've got nothing to say to outsiders. Some of them will speak to me just enough to say that they have nothing to say to me. I know a cellar door when I see one. Stop staring. Oh boy. Oh no. God. Also funny because this is the exact sort of attack in Rabbit and Steel that hits me every time. It's a loss of HP if nothing else. Sorry, but I can't talk to you. At least that one's polite about it. You know what? I guess I'm gonna make a called shot here and say that there's silent because that's the right. Or that's the challenge here. And not because they hate outsiders forever, always. Oh. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves.
Me whenever a stranger in an MMO starts to talk to me. ... Your words may as well be ambient noise for all the care this citizen pays you. Please tell me you've had better luck. No? No one will talk to you either? I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Hello there. We'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Shake head. Move along, outsiders. Oh, we're just trying to find someone, the Dawn Servant's elector. Could you tell us where they are? Nod, nod. How are we supposed to find the elector if nobody will even speak with us? Phone call. Phone call for Wook Lamont and Sucro. Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quickly as you can. Nod, nod. Bakul Jaja is here destroying history or something. Destroying random structure. Being a jerk in some way. Maybe.
Up there.
By destroying history, I just mean like generally breaking architecture. Well, he's here.
Bested by a mere shade.
Oh, Zeral Jagd lost this time. Gasp.
Zerolja? Papa?
Wait, what?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
I didn't parse that at all. Oops. So the trial is a fight against the shade of Dad's past, I guess.
The channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the Feet of the Brotherhood.
Tuliyolal's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
Also, we might be in the level 95 quests now, and I didn't notice and failed to change the stream title. I keep meaning to check that and then forgetting and not thinking about it.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Soralja, as of this moment, You are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession.
Huh.
Be gone from my sight.
I did not expect Zoralja to break that. Well, okay, Bakul Jaja definitely totally broke that rule, but wasn't called out for it. I don't know if I expected Zoralja to break that rule officially first. Whisper, whisper, whisper.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
You? Who wants the power and is very suspicious? Yes, I know you're suspicious and all that. But why do you want to go there?
When Zoralja was defeated, he tried to take the keystone by force. But he was thwarted by Father Shade.
There's Bakul.
My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy!
Ah.
No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
So one of the electors is the father of Bakul Jaja and is in on it. And that's probably why Zoralja maybe actually attacked. I don't know.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors?
Bastard detected.
You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Huh.
Let's go, brother.
This is not something I expected.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it! But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me,
and fall.
So you're gonna cheat,
I
right?
won't do your trial.
Oh.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
Hell yeah.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
The first promise is attendant just now. Did his words not strike you as strange? I will be the one to reach the Golden City, as though he intends to venture there with or without Zor-Al-Ja.
Yes, Kryl. I've also been suspicious of him for quite some time. Alter.
I have heard about this channeling art before. Passed down through a certain clan, it employs arcane implements to produce a smoke from which the mage can conjure a shade. That was a dramatic escalation. It's hard to believe Zor-Al-Ja was bested in battle. The electors we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimants fairly. This Zor-Al-Ja, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an openly biased man elector? Worrying over Zor-Al-Ja won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right?
Group nod. I still feel a little bad for mistaking the shade as for Bakul Jaja, but I guess they weren't on screen for particularly long. And it would make less it didn't make a lot of sense for me for Galul Jaja to be here in any capacity, so.
If Zor-Al-Ja is Buniwa and she is Hubio, then... Whatever her relation to Zor-Al-Ja, I hope we can trust her. We could do with at least one ally in this city. She looks troubled. To bid us thus meet with her in private, this is both an important and a delicate matter. Finally, a real conversation. Thank you for coming. My name is Milalja. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us.
Nod.
All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. Questioning Hittel? They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Slight hiccup there, I guess. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. Gasp. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, a Gibral, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mullah Jaja of the Silver Scales, for one. He traveled across the salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. Sucro just sort of looks around nervously. Sucro recognized that, actually. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed sibling supremacy. Technically, that's true, yeah. Because of my father. Nod. He who united Tural under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Gulul Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in so doing, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. Questioning head tilt. Uh-oh. What does that mean? That's concerning. What I know about Mamulja extremism is limited to what I've heard through rumors. The same is true for most who hail from Jacques Tural. I expect it was for his devotees that Bakul Jaja joined the right of succession. If I can use my status as the Dawn Servant's daughter to help the people of Mamuk, I'm happy to do so. But I'd like to better understand Milalja's motivations first. The price we pay? Is she referring to the marriages between the Hubio and Buniwa clans? Gulul Jaja labored to break down walls, and his very existence would instead lead some to raise them up is unfortunate. There is a place that will help you... Coughing, sorry. Ahem. There is a place that will help you to understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. Oh hey, Wyver. Or Weaver. Weaver. I think they pronounced that like just a second ago, but I already forgot. Not like literally a second ago, but an hour or two ago. There's another meteor.
I can't believe nobody mined these meteors to make infinite laser guns. Oh, there's one in a tree, too. Ooh, a lake. Ooh, an ether current. Supro poke the funny orb. Is this like an actual lake, or is it just really... It looks like it's just really shallow. There's a lot of meteors. This area is really pretty, My dog's underwater. It's okay, they're fine. You won't find sites like these anywhere else. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by their attachment, that tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. You know, given the space exploration or cosmic exploration thing in the future, I'd say there's a non-zero chance that these meteorites are going to continue to be relevant well into Point X. Like, the Loperates will be like, we can use the unique ethereal properties of this meteorite to build Space House, or something like that, I don't know. Anyway, we should press on. Maria was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. The Loperates are gonna make the infinite laser gun. Unfortunately for them, the space armor and laser gun doesn't scale too well. This is an extended Terraria reference, in case you weren't aware. Oh, hey, Morphos. Thank you for not making hell houses. I appreciate it. And I'm sure that the NPCs also appreciate it. Oh. Remnants of house? Whetstone. Hmm. The canopy blocks out the sun so completely, it's as if we're in a room without windows. True. A hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they'd probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. Hello. Fair enough. Goodbye. I could go get ether currents, but I'll wait. A butterfly is mad at me. Hold on. I think in one level, Requiescat gets upgraded to Imperator. I almost said Justicar, but that's not the same word at all. I mean, it's vaguely similar.
Having seen how dark this forest is, I can understand why so many Mamouja chose to live in Tuliolo instead. But it's so cool, Alphino. You don't get it at all. What are we looking at then? Suddenly a card. I was not aware that such tunnels could be found in the Jatika heartland. Well-kept secret indeed. Cavern, and it looks deep. The place I would show you is just ahead. This is the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed. Concerning. I have no idea. I assume sacrifice is involved in some way. That's my best guess. I don't really have any leads on this.
I shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
Oh, it's a dungeon. Okay.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
I was thinking when I was looking at the map, I bet there's a dungeon here. There's a dungeon here. The secret is that there's a dungeon.
The work of Yokui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
I believe they showed a picture of this dungeon in advance too, but it felt like it was about dungeon time.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
Bird. Uklamat versus a bird again. Okay, not quite a bird. I think they showed these two, actually. Bird deer. Obliterated in Elpis? Oh yeah, we've seen these before, I think. Oh hey, Bakul.
Bakul Chacha.
What? Could it wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
I figured that one out.
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Oh, I didn't notice that about the text box. I keep forgetting that.
Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are.
Bakul Jaja maybe redeemed instead of Zoralja? Or both? My only guess is that it's like...
he's like artificially a two-headed Mamulja somehow. Or something was sacrificed.
This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamulja. An infant.
Is it that they very rarely survive? Then?
We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits.
Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Nod.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power.
When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die.
Oh no.
In their ships.
Well then.
Only 1 in 100 survive.
Oh. Hold on a second. Let's see. Copy, paste. I wouldn't. When I say parentheses positive, I mean that the video game makes me cry because of the storytelling and not out of like frustration or depression. So, you know, it's a bingo square, everyone. This got me for some reason. Hooray! So, hooray. For some reason, yeah. All we need is Necron, everyone. But yeah, to clarify, positive, as I said, for storytelling reasons and not like, it's more like the game makes me cry, parentheses, intentionally than positive, I guess.
If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
Jeez.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing.
Wow. So Bakul Jaja's voice acting is really good, it turns out.
But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
Hey, what are these responses? These seem rude. I sympathize with your pain, but don't use them as an excuse? Jesus Christ. What? Yeah, what? Yeah, what? I mean, he has been terrible and racist and unleashed Valagarmanda, but still, Sucro isn't like this. I guess I sympathize with your pain, but is better.
I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths.
That feels like a weird... That choice feels weird. I don't feel like either of those is how my character would respond. But the first one is closer, so...
The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around, Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Nod.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Yeah.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends the Hubico and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust.
So, like, it's pretty easy to infer, or like it's, I guess more accurately, it's pretty inferable that a lot of the way Bakul Jaja has been acting has been like an act. A lot of like bluster and like probably an act trying to convince himself more than anyone else. So he did some really bad stuff, and I guess that's the idea behind the choices. But the scene isn't even really about that either. It's not about what he's done. It's odd. But still, like, I fell for the act. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why I didn't have a choice to be nicer, but the first one is at least like you have my sympathy, but I guess that's kind of a nicer thing to say. I don't know. I won't dwell on that too much. I don't think it's not really that bad. It's just a slight oddity. But yeah, I definitely didn't expect. Yeah, I imagine if you know what's going on, then like, yeah. I wonder if you could have figured this out in advance. And I guess me saying there was some kind of sacrifice was vaguely accurate, but still accurate. Yeah.
People will do as you say if you show it to them.
Yeah, he didn't do that. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
There've already been multiple things that I didn't expect Zeralja to be disqualified. I didn't expect Bakul Jaja to not be actually the evilest guy. He's also not been dunked into a garbage. He did say something like that, yeah, but so we had a hint that there was something.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them.
Yeah, very good line.
Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thank you, Uklamat.
Thanks, Wuklamat.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
And just like the way he so casually says, "Thanks, Wuklamat." Like both of them at the same time. And the hatred is exhausting is also good. Yeah, but the thanks is getting me too. It's just like it's completely different from how he usually speaks, or usually spoke up until now, from what we've seen. Surprise, Bakul Jaja is a good character. And not just a good villain. Dang.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
I wonder if some part of Bakul Jaja releasing Valagarmanda was like a vague hope that would just end everything. Instead of like him having to do it. You know? Just like a desperate, veiled hope. And yeah, that's also absolutely possible. Maybe the reason that the dialogue option is like, you have my sympathy, but is like suspicion a little bit too, because like I could see it being difficult to... Oh, I'm still on level 94. I could see it being a little bit difficult about that. Like, to immediately trust the guy.
Hey, Sucro. Before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know, Bakul Jaja. With every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin Ihihana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me for my keystone, and released the most vicious Turalt withdrawal of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated.
Does this pain justify his actions in your eyes, or he still needs to make... Sucro, chill! This isn't like you. I think Sucro would just be like, yeah, ... at this time. I disagree with the responses given in this scene. We need a third option here. This and the, like, everybody just sort of stands around while Wuklamot gets kidnapped are the two writing problems I've seen. I guess, again, the first option is technically nicer. Does this justify his actions? This is them trying to correct for people's responses to Hades? Maybe. Like they don't want people to be nice or something?
I hear you. Bakul Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city.
People got really mad that you're not angrier at Hades. You know what ruffles my brains a little bit about this? That's not a phrase that anyone says. You're not allowed to be like, yeah, I get it here, but you're allowed to be like, yeah, I get it. To Xenos. That freaking idiot. Why are you allowed to relate to Xenos and not be like, yeah, man, here. Xenos is the worst character in Final Fantasy XIV, and in this essay I will. I'm not sure if you saying that means that he definitely won't be a trust. Because I was kind of wondering, maybe he will be a trust. But now I'm assuming he's not. That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy.
Sucro just sort of like pats him on the elbow or something. Because there's not a lot of places to reach for a reassuring pat on the when he's that much taller. Oh, is that a Gwyber? There was a funny little dragon. I don't think that was a Gwyber. I think that was an unrelated funny dragon. Oh, it was a Gwyber? Okay.
Sometimes it's best to just forgive and move on. It can be difficult, gods don't I know it. But that's all the more reason to try your damnedest to look past how you were wronged and let bygones be bygones. It's amazing how Wuk-Lamat can connect with anyone. She has an incredible gift. I had no idea Bakul Jaja was bearing such a burden, had he but chosen a different path.
Alphino, he didn't really have a choice.
Still, I believe our true characters demonstrated not by right action, but rather by our conduct upon recognizing our faults. It is a struggle I know all too well. To think that there was such a dark secret behind the blessed siblings. Even among the Mamuljar, I cannot imagine many know the whole truth, especially not those who reside in the capital. Bakul Jaja's scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people.
Yeah.
The only way to help Mamuk is to understand Mamuk. We won't let Bakul Jaja down. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milalja, Moxatorol Zush is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly, lest the Realja discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakul Jaja thought to give us additional scales so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Sucro, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear.
All that talk about how those choices are kind of weird aside, or like more like adjacent to all that talk. So far, I've only really found, if we consider both of those choices as one instance, I've only really found 2 faults with all of Dawntrail's writing that I have seen. And that's pretty good. To be clear, I'm enjoying Dawntrail. And I think the story is good so far and the characters are good. Overall, like, in some ways, it probably would have been worse if instead of those weird choices, we just had Bakul Jaja is just a bad guy and there's no depth to him. Like, it might not have immediately stuck out as being as bad because the choices stuck out as being a bit weird. And like, I might not have immediately thought about, oh, Bakul Jaja didn't really have any depth or whatever, if that were the case. Boxes. But if he hadn't, and I thought about it later, I think that would be way more disappointing than these 2 awkward dialogue moments.
Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you.
A symbol of trust bestowed upon you by Bakul Jaja. Its blend of Hubio and Bunewa coloring makes its origin indisputable.
A blessed scale in an outsider's hands? What business do you have with me? So Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moxatorol Zush at once.
So we're all gonna band together and throw Zerilja in the ocean. Right. And by the ocean, I mean the, like... Oh, hey, a hat Hrothgar can wear. I mean, it's technically not really a hat, and it's a model that existed already. But anyway, we're gonna throw this guy's awful dad in the ocean, right? Dad trail continues. Sometimes the dads are bad. This is a tale of souls and dads, eternally retold. I don't know why I said that.
That scale. If the blessed trust you, then so will I. So what is it that you require of me? Bakul Jaja bids us come to Moksutural Zuj. Strange place for an assembly. Very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams.
He who fights for our dreams. Have you managed to gather some of the good folk? The good folks? Didn't see the S.
Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Moksutural Zuj as well. Apparently there's a nodule nursery to the west called Gomajik Grove. Could you go and see there who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Moksutural Zuj afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find.
Maybe my insistence that any of the characters in Dawntrail need to be thrown into the ocean or the garbage will be proven false. Mourner. Ominous name for an enemy. I can't imagine Zarilja being redeemed, but I mean, like, I didn't think Bakul Jaja would be redeemed. Because when Wuklamat was like, there's one more person I need to find, I assumed immediately she was going to go, like, recruit terrible dad and be like, here's the error of your ways. And yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens with Zarilja too. You're right. Plant. Cool plant detected.
Leave this place, outsider. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware. I thank you, blessed scale bearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Moksutural Zuj at once.
Every time I see Zuj, I think about Meteos again. I don't think Zuj was the name of a planet, but it was close to some of them. And also, I'm always thinking about Meteos secretly. Or not so secretly. There were a few planets that were really similar to that, right? Hmm? Oh, what the? What's this enemy design? Hold up. Branch bearer. What a cool bird. Ow. This is a seedkin? Yeah, that makes sense to me. They like visually resemble some other plant-like creatures. I didn't mean to kill it. I was just meant to observe it, but you know. God, if Beastmaster is the let me observe all the great creatures job, like one might expect, I might enjoy Beastmaster, considering how often I've stopped to observe a cool creature, now that I think about it.
Now that I think on it, why would Bakul Jaja grant you his scale? What a curious place to gather. Whatever Bakul Jaja requires of me, I shall happily provide.
I also kind of hope that Beastmaster does not involve whips, because I do not want to whip the cool creatures. That's mean. Give them bells or something instead. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Gulul Jaja wanted us to know all of this. Where's Wuklamat? Questioning Hentel? Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well. Lamachi, need I remind you that this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize it to your own benefit. I have barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. Kona, you still don't quite get it, do you? I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamuk has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well, I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Wuklamat, third promise of Tuliolo. Promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us? No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Wuklamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Nod. Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you pay to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. Zucro think. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that created blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain. And together we may find a new way to move forward. Or a new way forward. I added extra words again. Together?
If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Nod. Let's keep an eye out for Zerilja. He won't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Nod. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. Nod. Maybe for the next bingo, I'll have opinion of a character turns 180 degrees as a bingo square. That seems fun. I don't know if they do that regularly, though. Muklamat risks her standing in the right to attend to her people's needs. There's a degree of selflessness few can claim to share. Everyone looks uneasy, but their faith in Bakul Jaja guides them even now. They've done that for the last 2 expansions. Yeah, actually that's true. With Elpis, they did that a lot. Now we come to the heart of it. What I'm wondering a little bit while we're here, how does this all lead into the other half of all this? Where like techno-future soldiers show up and shoot us with laser guns or whatever the heck? How do we get from here to there? Also, yeah, that's Fortuno is also another great question, or another great point. Not even I imagined that my sister would one day befriend Bakul Jaja. Even if Bakul Jaja trusts the third promise, I don't know if I'm comfortable discussing this with her. I'm sure my son would have preferred to stay, but his presence alone still greatly sways our people's behavior. Belief in blessed siblings and the salvation they would bring us has sustained me for years and years. But if there's another way, if the third promise can truly help us, I don't know what to think or how to feel about this. An end to blessed siblings? I'm glad Kona agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me not so much, but I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. God, I didn't even think about that. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help him discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Red, blue, and purple again. But like, this time it's rust, sea fog, and plum. Alright, Zuko. Before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamulja and Jabral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mamulja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hupio and Buniwa clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings. Blessed siblings promise us more than strength. They promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuliolo, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mamulja to abide in peace and plenty. So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. This land was once rich with ore, But the Yakui did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Okay, that's why they don't have the laser guns. It's because the Yakui already made that technology. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born, but that's impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, you don't have any good prospects for trade. Or you don't have good prospects for trade. As you'll have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. Plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, Chatika banana in Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. Yeah, that's true. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that we need the might of blessed siblings. There have to be other ways to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Yeah, Blue Jungle doesn't seem to really sustain their way of life super well. That's a glowy plant bird over there. Like, what are their prospects down here aside from the things they mentioned? They can't really grow much. They don't have much to trade. If we thought about like hunting, there's not a lot down here that we've seen that's probably something you could hunt for food either. Like, I don't think this glowing plant bird is something that you could hunt for food, for example, because it's a glowing plant bird. The meteorites don't help them very much, and that's a very limited resource, even if they could like easily mine it and use it for something. Yeah, there's mostly plants and like a wyver, which is sometimes used as like a beast of burden sort of thing. I don't know how edible that is. That's a great point. There sure are a lot of Mamulja mercenaries, you're not wrong. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it for them than the blessed siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Yeah, they are not in a great situation in a lot of ways. Hold on, didn't Aaronville mention something about the meteorites? That the ether they emit makes the plants glow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Nod. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. Maybe there is something with the meteorites or plants that can be useful. I'll watch over things here while you're away. Go and help the third promise however you can. We've long since given up on anyone understanding our plight. Trust me, if this forest had anything else others might want, I would have found it by now. His forest rejects us. From our doomed crops to those unnatural meteorites, the signs are unmistakable. We who live in this forest have precious little choice. We have to fight if we're to do more than survive. And, like, you kind of have to fight to survive also. At least that's the only apparent path that you can tell. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on. At first glance, this forest seems a haven of mysterious beauty, but the reality of living here is quite another matter. I had known that Yaktel was battered by a veritable deluge of meteorites long ago, but I never considered how their presence might be affecting the environment. What a remarkable tree. I hope it will provide us with the insights we need. Plants that shrivel as though cursed. I think I can hazard a guess as to why. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. Nod. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Najul tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kryl could lend your expertise as well? Nod. I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. Nod. Ah, I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them that the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Group nod. It's kind of funny that what we're proposing here, the scientific analysis of meteorites and like the local flora and like developing a plan for what to do about all of this is something we're going to solve in minutes, essentially. Like, this seems like something that would take a lot of time and effort. But somehow we're going to accomplish this relatively quickly. Also, this is sort of similar to some of the botanist quests on a different sort of scale and with a different sort of like level of stakes. And that took like 30 levels of botany to like be like, in the sea of clouds, you can potatoes. Yay! So, you know, that's a little funny. So the reason this tree grew so big is because of the meteorite's energies? I should have brought better tools. Too big for our purposes, but a shard of it might do. Aaronville, if you would.
Aaronville is just gently patting the meteorite until it crumbles.
The more fragments we gather, the better. Let's all do what we can.
Well, hey, this meteorite shard sure is the same sprite as an earth crystal fragment. Oh, this one's green. Wait, no, that's just underwater. It's still yellow. I mean orange. Look, I'll get... If you give me 3 tries, I can name any color with some accuracy. Oh boy, it's time to look for something in a wide area. Oh, there it is. There's something that's a little bit funny, now that I'm thinking about it, about how they added a bunch of, like, indicators to stealth quests, which is helpful, don't get me wrong.
I have mine already, so let me know when you have yours.
But for stuff like this, they've never added, like, more obvious markers to finding things in large areas. When that can at times be quite difficult if you just so happen to not go in the right direction. Also, yeah, I didn't mention it, but yeah, like the observation that Kona's strategy of doing science to culture, as you put it, like, it's different in this case, I think, because instead of replacing culture with science, he's using the science to help. So he's not trying to, like, uproot the culture and install science roots instead.
Did you find your fragments?
So he has learned. And yeah, this particular cultural tradition of let's kill 1 million children to make a super baby, not a great cultural tradition. So this means that we're also establishing the message that not all tradition is good. Sometimes tradition is a problem. Yeah.
Much obliged.
Yeah, exactly.
Elfino, Cryo, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I'm hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival at Moksutural Zush, so go and meet her there. We will return with our results as soon as possible.
Yeah, he's approaching this from a different perspective. I feel like the previous Kona, like Kona from the start of Dawntrail, might very well just have been, well, might very well just have said, well, why don't you leave the forest then? Or he'd be like, I'm going to build a giant elevator to let you leave the forest faster, because I'm a science genius, man. I think he would completely miss the point in some way. Yeah, exactly. Some traditions are we have a fun party that makes our reeds grow better, and some traditions are we must commit turbo eugenics to save our race from the hell swamp, and maybe one of those should be replaced with better agriculture. That's a great summary.
If you can truly help us, I'll wait here for as long as you need. Honestly, I don't know what I hope to hear. I remain here out of deference to Milalja, As the mother of our chosen one, her wishes deserve to be honored.
Also, yeah, we could have just done the fight and left, which we would have learned nothing.
Many are reluctant to trust the third promise, but all agreed to wait for her to return. Or wait for her return. That alone gives me cause to hope. I don't think I trust the third promise yet, but if she can offer us some tangible hope, then maybe. We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kona and the others. I don't know the first thing about those Charlian devices of his, but if they can be of help to Mamuk, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for this forest yet, Sucro. I can feel it.
Oh, we're at 95. Hold on. I'm going to change the stream title. Keep that up to date. Boop.
I'm sure Zarilja would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people, and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, Bakul Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kona and the others will be back with their report soon. Shouldn't be much longer now.
Return of destination. I feel like over time I'm getting a little bit better at getting closer to how Wuklamat speaks when she's voiced. I'm continuing to attempt to do my best to represent the character as best I can. I am continuously being surprised by cutscenes not being voiced sometimes, though. Like, I do remember seeing people complain that there weren't that many, it seemed like there weren't that many voiced cutscenes. I think this is probably the same amount of voice acting, there's just more talking. Or like more moments where it feels like they maybe, I don't know. Like a lot of significant moments that feel like they don't have voice acting, I guess. Oh, less in the first half, but way more in the second. Interesting. Good. Everyone is assembled. Yeah. I'm doing my best to represent all the characters as best I can, and I think I'm doing okay. So, I don't mind reading it as long as I am doing okay doing so. Good. Everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. I don't have a good grasp of Kona's voice, I don't think. I'm getting a bit better at Wuklamat. And like, I'm decent at most of the casts. I'm one of the few streamers trying to get all the names right. That's important. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Alphino nodding, saying like, I am a sage, I should know, that's one of my moves. Erenville nod, Wuklamat nod. Earlier, we asked about the hopes you place in blessed siblings. I only just now realized that Bakul Jaja is back. Why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects, have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home? Thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven without a doubt that the Jatika heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear, as you've seen crops fail time and time again,
But we've discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Gasp! Across the Salt, in a place called Charlian, there is a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via LinkPro. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzea acquired the Popoto and Tomato, I've decided that Alphino says tomato, just now, apparently. From Tural, so too might Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najul here? Precisely. Well, care must be taken to choose those species that would not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem. Your agricultural options should increase markedly. I like a lot, actually, that in this dialogue, it was, I guess, it wasn't like super pronounced, but they made a point of saying that this can help these people just like how their crops helped us. And they also specify that it's not instant. But by saying that, like, just like the Popoto and the tomato helped Eorzea, by saying that, it's not, we are here bringing our solution to your problem as much. Like, we are helping them, but we're not, like, I'm lacking some of the words to convey this, but it's like, it's more of like a fair exchange type of thing, and less of like, here we are swooping in as the saviors with our science plants. Yeah, exactly. It's an exchange. Yeah, exactly. Less white savior-y. I feel like your plants were good for us is an important note to put here. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then, there never was any need to fight, never any need to sacrifice. We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. And now Zariel shows up to be like, what the heck are you doing, you clowns? That's not what he sounds like at all. We're gonna have to deal with that guy in a second. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, promise. If there's another way, for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. This is also less like white savior-y, because like the impetus, I don't know if I'm using this word exactly correctly, for all this was not like us swooping in and saying, you're wrong, let's fix it. It's like Bakul Jaja, and like it's from within that they think that they want to like change. Does that make sense? And it's also that too.
Wuklamat and Kona are from here as well. But it's not like we're not swooping in and saying like you're wrong. Exactly, because like there is this general sentiment within like this place. Yeah. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. I mean, a lot of them were unsure, but they weren't like adamant about like, no, we're right. They're unsure specifically. It's different, so. And also Erinville is also Turali and also offering to help, so. There's a lot of individual factors, some of which I don't feel like I can convey like perfectly, that are making this better. And that make a lot of like, they're all like important little factors that add up. Yeah, nuance. There's a lot of nuance. Would you say a few words, Sucro? I'm a cat. That's the 3 words. That's 3 of them. Anything is possible and you work together. A victory over Valagarmanda is proof of that. With faithful allies at your side, you can save even the entire star. Or in friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness. These are like increasing levels of being a dork. Yeah, that's right. They did mention that they were being very careful to try and be respectful, and it seems like they've done it so far. I think I'm going to cite victory over Valagarmanda here. Anything's possible if we all work together. Frankly, I don't know why Sucro needs to say a few words. Because, like, none of them know who she is. But also, like, Valagarmanda is directly known by them. The Sky Ruin? The great Golul Jaja himself struggled to even seal it. Nod. We don't need to tell them that it was weakened, apparently. We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of the Brotherhood and clear the way for Mamuk's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you, please. Live up to your words. I will. After we complete his feat, let's be sure to tell Zerilja the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. I don't know about that, but maybe. We can at least try. Compassion even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. I think I'm getting the feeling that the Scions Stop Being Divided might get a bingo square soon. I didn't see that. That was temporary. Oh, it was, we're counting on you, Wuklamat. Okay. I was thinking about stuff instead of reading. Good thing that the event log is there. Wuklamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. Huh. I didn't make the connection that you would have all those samples because of the Exodus. I don't think this counts as a long dead plot point either, because the Exodus was, I consider that to still be recent, but I didn't expect it to be mentioned all the same. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet with our comrades where Zoralja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. Stormblood is the cutoff, so anything Stormblood or earlier being suddenly mentioned. is what you're suggesting. All right. That makes sense. So like what that includes exactly, like I'm wondering like what could possibly show up. There's not a lot from Stormblood or earlier that I could think of as being relevant. I mean, there's things from Stormblood that haven't really been addressed as much. Or I might be getting confused about... No, some of those things I'm thinking of are actually Shadowbringers and not Stormblood, but whatever.
Where did Kona go? Have you seen him? Zariel Shah's intention was for this feat to prove the supremacy of blessed siblings. The Wuk-Lamat shall instead prove that there are other ways for Mamuk's people to empower themselves. I can offer moral support at best, or whatever it's worth. Good luck. This feat may bring us closer to the Golden City, but for now we must stand strong for the people of Mamuk. Someone has gone to fetch Zariel Jah. He should be here soon.
Upon proceeding, several cutscenes. Oh, again. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Item level 666. Yeah? Alright. Ominous music noise. Hello.
Zariel Jah, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us.
That's a good line too.
But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Nod. Various other gestures.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
Yep. Are they gonna... Is this gonna be an actual trial? Surprise? Given that there's now 8 of us? I mean, well, no, because it's not.
Are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt.
We know it's not, because it was a commence battle.
I see. In that case...
In that case, the Scions stop being divided.
It
Hell
seems
yeah.
I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust.
Hell yes. The most unnecessarily extra way to withdraw the competition. Do I get to check off the Scion stop being divided right this second? I think I do. I think I get to. I think I'm allowed. Dawntrail rules. Kona's great. Yep. I mean, I expected this to happen eventually, probably, especially as we kept going. But, like, yeah. Current bingo status. I mean, I guess they could. I guess technically that could happen.
What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps.
I like Wuklamat just being like vaguely shocked by this.
And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
Hell yeah. God, the expressiveness of the characters too.
Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might.
No, they totally do, man. They totally do.
Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed. Arise!
Also, have you considered that you say that you are weak without the blessed siblings, and yet you have this art of creating shades that can be very powerful, and you are not yourself a blessed siblings?
Everyone ready?
Have you considered that you also have very powerful magic on your own without having two heads? I mean, I get that you're summoning a shade of blessed siblings, but like, have you thought about it? Also, yeah, blessed siblings are literally like 2 as 1. That's true. And then Aaronville pulls out a cannon. No, he just... That's fair. It's very funny to see Aaronville, like, the shot of Aaronville, like...
Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders, and the only way forward is through you.
That was really funny, because it was the same sort of shot that looked like he was gonna pull out a weapon or something, and like, of course he didn't, but he just like, suddenly turns and books it. That's fantastic. I think Aaronville deserves a weapon, though. He probably doesn't want to fight. I just hope he sticks around and continues to be Gulul Jaja's glory. Your level has been synced to 666. It wasn't, but yeah, that's fine. You know what? That makes sense. It's like a trial, but it's not a trial.
Bear witness to our resolve.
In the reason which guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
I did say, oh, this is a tutorial for new mechanics when I fought that, so I guess that counts as me calling something, maybe. A little bit.
These blades sundered Valigarmanda scales.
blades of fire rain.
I now have NPCs to help me learn what the heck that indicator means, because I didn't figure it out. Oh, well. Well. And that's true, we do get to see the Head of Reason's moves. There's something a little bit funny about this being presented as a trial, because that does mean that it's possible to lose and then set it to easy.
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle.
And there's just something a little bit inherently funny about that in this context. Hey, someone said you're not alone. It's just like Final Fantasy IX. I knew it. Finally, Fantasy IX is here.
How is this?
He's beginning a ritual of flame. Something about that line of dialogue isolated is vaguely funny for some reason, and I don't know why. Ah.
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted.
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
Those are like the only lines that were voiced from the party. You know what? I should be doing AoE. Oh hell yeah. Bespoke Kona limit break. That's like Ricochet plus after Ricochet was removed from, you know, Machinist. Yeah, Noble Trail, huh? Some sort of trail to someplace such as the Dawn? The Dawn Servant's Trail? You might call it. Wuklamot was just like rotating at incredibly high speeds. Because I have like other people's combat animations disabled for visibility, all I could see was Wuklamot rotating at incredibly high speeds. And it was pretty good. Yeah, exactly, like Final Fantasy IX. Thank you, Alphino. Hurry, Ange, no, you're dying! Okay, you fixed it. Trial, no, you're dying! Oh, I didn't notice you were doing that, to be honest. It's funny, Sucro's the one with the echo, yet everyone else knows how to play the video game better than I do.
I know not who you are. I applaud you to nothing.
You'll know who I am later.
This will quench your thirst for battle.
Battle Breaker is the great name for a move. Oh, you're doing the thing! You're doing the thing that you couldn't do because you were asleep.
By Grinsome wrath be sundered.
So your special move was to make a giant cool sword to kill me with.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Understandable.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
I will be the next Dawn servant.
I'm helping.
Protect my people. Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
This rules. Yeah, I agree.
We will see Lamachi become Dawn servant. For Tuleyolam!
Duty complete.
That's my old man for you.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to take this well.
I refuse
Yep,
to accept this.
of course you do.
Ain't that a bit stubborn?
What?
Even for you.
Whomstative? Like, I know vaguely immediately where you're from because I know pre-release material, but why are you showing up now?
I'll be examining this.
Wait.
Arugadin? It couldn't be...
Surely not. Kettenrim. Suddenly.
Tanqua!
Tanqua?
It's been too long.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Kettenram, I presume.
How are you alive? I mean, I guess maybe you lived for a long time. I don't know. Gasp!
No! Kettenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
That scrap was a bit of blue. Yeah. I didn't notice it.
We can talk about me cabbage later.
Well, he has the latest technology from Solution 9,
Zarelja.
obviously.
Whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
I mean, like, he's RPG old. He's not actual old or something. I didn't think I expected him to be alive. Or maybe I did. I think I might have been like, clearly Kettenrim's alive at some point, like half jokingly. I don't know.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
Zarelja, you literally said Zarelja failed because he tried to do it himself. You absolute fool.
Somehow, Ketenram returned.
He sure freaking did. Eye narrow. Sucro steps forward. We're not minions, we're Wuklamot's friends and comrades. You're the Autarch of Mamuk, show some dignity. We're her friends. Sucro just looks really, like, done with this.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
Every time there's someone who's like, friends are dumb, I think I should be able to do everything myself. It's like, come on, man. You know what, I bet
we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
I think Merlvid probably does know that Ketenram is just fine he's over here. Probably. I mean, she knows about MSQ.
You have us reclaim our glory.
With friendship and community. With us.
Also a whole bunch of cool plants.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives.
Alright, Zerilja does regret things. He does have some remorse. He's not completely irredeemable. Fascinating. Also, Sucro in the back going, clemency is a paladin move. But it's true, you shouldn't use it that often. Sucro doesn't sound like that.
Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
Blue. Wow, I can't believe they put Guild Wars 1 Ritualist as the new job in Dawntrail. That's wild. God, I wish, though.
Congratulations.
Maybe I wish.
I'm nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time.
So is Ketenram just like following us around or something, waiting to be required?
You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
He's probably following us by request of Golul Jaja, really.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuklamart is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Aww.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
I think the only reason he's forcing the smile is because he doesn't know how to smile in that way exactly, like on purpose. Well, not on purpose, but like he's only forcing it because he's not used to it. It's not that it's not a genuine smile. Somehow it's a genuine forced smile.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking.
Dad squad away!
But I get ahead of myself.
Or not.
As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
Not.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
Not. Anyway, hey Kettenram, what are you doing here exactly?
You've still malms to go yet, Wuklamat. The rite ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
Actually, you are probably here as the extra elector for the finding the City of Gold part, now that I think about it. That's literally why you're here. You're also technically an elector. It's not like the Keystone sort. Probably.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Nod. So freaking Kettenrim's here, huh?
Not like a bit of hardship to see your precious children grow into fine adults.
That'll be a fun voice to do.
I am glad to see that you all remain in one piece. The second promise has formed a great deal since we first met him. I dare say that that wise and witty duo has been of no little influence.
It does, yeah. I mean, we've also had the other accents of like the recurring characters.
Annoyed though I am by this outcome, I'm also eager to speak with Kettenrem while we have the chance. Even as a shade, the Dawn Servant's strength was incredible. I shudder to imagine how we might have fared without the second promise's support.
We would have had less healers and tanks, so...
I will not stand in your way. But mark me, your victory does not afford you authority to dictate our future. We will decide what is best for Mamuk, no one else. Let's go and tell the people of our victory.
Yeah, that's also true. Kona's limit break was vital. Kona used a caster limit break as a ranged DPS. What is he cooking?
Third promise. You brought everyone? They were just coming to you. We did it, Milaja. We proved to the Autarch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You've shown us another way, that we could build the lives we've always wanted, here in our homeland without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders. As equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. And someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind. And while it may feel scary, taking that first step towards understanding is always worth it.
Yeah, this is a very good statement, or series of statements. Smile. Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mamuk grow. But what happens when they learn about us? About what we've done? They will not. For generations our covenant has been kept secret, and so it shall remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the autarchs. We and no one else are responsible. For my deeds I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing this city needs is more death. Bakul Jaja hasn't fought this hard for this long only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tuliolo. Hell yeah. We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Group nod. Alright, so even Zaril Shah gets redeemed, actually. Not thrown in the ocean. Or, like, befriended or learns that he was not in the right, etc. Not necessarily, like, fully redeemed or anything. You don't immediately get a free pass for being like, oh, oops. That's not what I mean by redeemed, is all. Like, even Zaril Jal has learned something, is maybe the best way to put it. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything. And I'm glad for that. I wonder if there will be anybody who doesn't learn something or get any amount of redemption. Yeah. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know. The people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and menders are now available for use. Question marks. Road to the Golden City. Okay, this does give an ether current. It's never too late to let go of prejudice. No matter how difficult it may seem, it can be done. This is my first time meeting Ketenram, a Rugadin if I ever saw one. Tanqua does look similar to some Eorzean sailors I've seen, but I never would have guessed he was Ketenram. We ought to speak with Ketenram before we do anything else. Of all the things I expected to discover in Tural, Eorzea's most legendary sailor was not among them. it would be nice to do all of the ether currents and stuff like right now, but it is kind of late. I don't know if we're at a good stopping point or if we're soon to be at a good stopping point in the MSQ. This would be the best stopping place for a while. But the ether current is attached to it. Ah! That's what's really killing me about it. And I didn't get an achievement for a story milestone yet. So it feels like we're not at the stopping point yet. What if I did the ether currents also before I did that? Would that be incorrect? I don't know. Maybe we just do those next time. Shrug. Don't want to be up forever. But also, there's a bunch of ether currents on the map I have to find still. I think the start of next time will be completing the rest of the ether currents on this map. After we do a little bit more of the MSQ right now. I'm using like when the MSQ gives me milestone achievements as reference for when to stop, I think. I think that makes the most sense. And I think there's probably one very soon. Like this was the previous milestone for it, so.
This ain't no place for a proper chat. Me cabin's just north of the city. Blue Eyes Abode, as people here call it on account of me dazzling twinklers.
I love him already.
I was the Blue Eyes White Dragon all along, Sucro. They call me the White Dragon on account of my white hair. And the dragon part's just kinda arbitrary.
I'm going to have fun doing a lot of accents like that soonish, I think. I get the feeling, based on things that I know, that I might be doing a lot of accents that are very fun to do. I mean, I already like doing all the character voices and stuff, and trying my best at such, but, you know.
The man values his privacy. A rather humble residence for a legendary explorer. I would have expected a manor decorated with exotic treasures.
Alize is just impatient to get to the next dungeon or something, I think. So if the place in here that's obviously one of the dungeons that they showed before... Okay, there's two possibilities for that place that we were shown that was clearly a dungeon that they showed, like, a still picture of. One, optional dungeon, not part of the MSQ. Two, that's the road to the Golden City. Most likely that second one. It's like an underground passage north or something.
I've heard that upon Kettenrim's disappearance, explorers from across Eorzea banded together in search of him, but I doubt they ever thought to look here.
That is a gigantic pickaxe. Kettenrim is minor level 200 somehow.
I wonder how long it's been since he settled down here. Not but 4 walls and a roof, enough for most folk, but enough for most folk. Make yourselves comfortable.
That would be interesting. Not unheard of. Probably. Cool camera shot.
Oh, you've got the map of Eorzea there. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weather eye on them. Though seeing how you've won them over, methinks I'll have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Galul Jalshal's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept. And incidentally, to remind Zareel Jah of his duty as elector should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sepulchre atop Worker's Ormer? That's right. Ketenram was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, Malagarmanda being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. Yeah, that's also true. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as you are by all these bright and eager faces. Nod. I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hopes for this nation, what I must continue to protect. Improve your readiness for the throne, Rook Lamont. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. Gasp. All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Hunmuruk refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikbrash 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Galuf's visit had something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yakui who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Gerfurler's abilities are at all representative, the Yakui are no stranger to the arcane. Which means the Dreamers of Eld likely owe their experience to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. And all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Malmuk and make inquiries. While there, we can all take the opportunity to see any necessary travel preparations. See to any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetheryte. Group nod. I forgot how to say this name already. Kashwa? Something like that. But also, Aaronville's deal. You're Kashwa's boy, ain't you? She told me about you. Said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed, despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Uklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. And we'll find it. Together. Heh, was I ever that young?
Ketanram has an extremely localized time bubble and has actually been 100 years old for 80 years. He really wasn't ever that young. Imagine if that was real, though. You waited for me. It seems Ketanram knows my mentor, so we chatted for a bit longer. You say that, but you said like 2 things. Alphino said to meet by the Aetheryte, so I'll see you there. Hold up. Ketanram. Toyoda Sucro Funk. I've had so much about. I don't know why I paused there. Seems every time I visit the capital, I hear another tale of your dare and do from traders and dockhands. Wuklamat chose her team well indeed. Wow, Ketanram knows who I am. Something about the phrase grandpa age is a little bit funny to me. It's not incorrect. Can't wait for Galuf to somehow be alive as well. He was hiding behind Ketanram the whole time. And the throne, like I said that one time earlier. The merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever averse to aiding visitors. Heh, you won't believe how many Najul they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Milasha and Zerilsha, you've come to help us. As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. Ah, loophole of wife. Good. Then anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest we do not intimately know, save for one. Do you recall the place I showed you, where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? That stone pier stands at the entrance of the sky-deep cenote, the final resting place for children we lost to our zealotry. Eureka is weird, basically. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph doors, and we have not explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in Yaktel, it may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices made to conceive them. The cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure Baklo Jaja would appreciate that, and we're here to offer any help if you need it. Your father also visited the cenote, come to think of it. It was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner he brought with him. A mage, I believe. Gasp. Truly?
The Dawn Servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our cenotaph and into the old Yakui quarries. Gasp. Doubtless the very same ones excavated by Vorpolo's dreamers. Then the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the sky-deep cenote. Nod. Okay, so it is the way to the Golden City, then. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. You will find a winged beast or two lingering in Gokdrak descent. They will carry you below. I believe in you, Third Promise. You will make a magnificent Dawn Servant. So, okay, yeah, this is Dungeon 3, then. And the milestone achievement might very well be after it. And if that is the case, I will not do the dungeon right now. This is it, everyone. To the Sky Deep Cenote. Ride the imposing beast. Great quest objective to see. I have to drive all the way back over there. I love to see the quest objective prompt, ride the imposing beast. So yeah, I get the feeling that what I'm going to be doing in a second is unlocking the third dungeon and then calling it. Oh, here they were, Falsia. But like glowing green. I can't believe this game reused the boss as a regular enemy. I think Wyvers are actually used as a boss fight too, now that I think about it. I think there's a Wyvern model used as a boss in some dungeon. Dusk Vigil, maybe? I want to say that guy's swinged at me at least once in the past. Wanderer's Palace Hard, okay. The swinge user is someone else then. I think. Maybe? That's a Sphinx model? Oh, I almost drove off a cliff and exploded. Now that I think about it, I think you're probably right. I'll worry about mapping this later. Yeah, okay, I'm remembering more about the Swinger. This bit is very Heart of Maguma. Kind of, except it's less of a pain in the butt to navigate. If you mean Heart of Thorns Guild Wars 2, I don't think Maguma was in Guild Wars 1. Or it might have been. I actually haven't played Guild Wars 1 nearly as much as 2. Stay tuned for my full playthrough of Guild Wars 1, where I read all of the dialogue in the Swedish Chef voice, using the Swedish Chef dialogue language option that is actually in Guild Wars 1. Yes, you can set Guild Wars 1's language to Swedish Chef. Or Bork Bork Bork. If you didn't know this about Guild Wars 1, now you do. There was one time I played Guild Wars 1 with a friend and I set the dialogue to that, and I actually did read it out loud, and the friend could not stop laughing. I will brag a little bit about being able to make people laugh sometimes. The imposing beast.
Here I go, on the imposing beast. With a powerful leap, the beast takes flight. Honestly, if I did do a full playthrough of Guild Wars 1, and I lined it up very specifically, so that some part of that playthrough was on April Fool's Day, and for April Fool's Day, I did that entire section of the game in Bork mode, and my entire motivation for playing the entirety of Guild Wars 1 on stream was so that I could do this. That would be a powerful statement of some kind that I don't know what the kind is.
This is the cenotaph, which means that beyond these doors is... right of succession or no, disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least.
Nod. Everyone used the pay respects emote. Except for Arendelle, I don't think.
Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey.
Wuklamat, we are only halfway through the new level range. Various nodding and determined emotes. And so on. The Sky Deep Cenote, now accessible. Wuklamat, I'm getting dungeon vibes. Okay, yeah, so the next milestone is in fact after the dungeon. I will talk to everyone. I confess, I anticipated my duty as a guide with no little weariness. I knew our journey might change the course of my nation, but I did not think it would change the course of my own life.
Cenotaphs are notorious for attracting malefic creatures. We must exercise all due caution. I don't know what's down there, but I'm eager to see it with my own eyes.
Hey, Alphino's not being like, uh-oh, ghosts. You're not doing the funny bit with Alphino.
Look, Evu, Mablu, so many people have helped us reach this moment. Let us honor their generosity and find the Golden City at last. Part of me is sad to see our journey end, but I have to see what's waiting for us in there.
Wuklamat, we are only halfway through the new level range. So yeah, I think it's probably a good idea to not do this dungeon right this second. So I think probably what will happen is next time I gather the remaining ether currents of this map, other than this one, and then I do this dungeon and get the last one and unlock flight, and then I fly around for a bit and check out what's going on. Also, yeah, we did kind of leave the map to this one specific place. Once we get flight, we should be able to go down here voluntarily on our own for fun. I hope there's a weird, messed up, super rare fisher fish to get in this specific room. I hope there's a fishing point. If there's not, I will be mildly sad. I need to level fishing. Stay tuned for my leveling up and catching all of the big fish streams for the next 5 million years. Just kidding. But yeah, next time I will do the rest of the ether currents and such on this map, and then the dungeon, including like driving around and finding ether currents. Jump scare. But yeah. Hey, I think Dawntrail might be one of the best expansions this game has. That's my opinion right now. I am very enjoying Dawntrail at this moment. Thanks for stealing a partition, Ablethwaza. I also tend to have recency bias and enjoy whatever the most recent thing is, and I will freely admit that. Tied with Shadowbringers. Where do you personally place Shadowbringers, though? What is your personal ranking of? Either of them could be the best? Okay, so you put Shadowbringers, like, very high on the list, then. Like, in retrospect, I think I would put Shadowbringers above Endwalker for myself personally at this moment. Heavensward is also pretty good. Stormblood is my least favorite expansion. By a lot. Unless we also include the Point X in it, which is way better than the MSQ of Stormblood, in my personal opinion. I think the primary reason that I would put Shadowbringers above Endwalker personally is because I disagree strongly with Endwalker's notion that you have to suffer to experience joy. And they really sort of like nail that theme. Like they really sort of drive that nail of theme into the story a lot, is what I'm trying to say, and failing. And like, I get kind of what they're going for. And like, you can appreciate good more if you've known bad or whatever. But also, I would prefer to suffer less, thank you. All that said, I'm really enjoying Dawntrail so far. There's only been like, I'll say like 2 scenes where I've had an issue with the writing. As of level 95 MSQ. Level 95 dungeon, even. So. So yeah. Pretty good. This has been Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. Maybe I'll try to stream constantly instead of only on my stream days, because I want to play more of the funny video game. But we'll see. I don't promise anything yet on that regard. So maybe tomorrow, probably Wednesday, possibly both. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. And I will see you next time. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. And pretend that I know how to advertise my stream. And I say some sort of end of stream advertising thing at this time. I'll give you a few seconds to imagine it. There it is. Anyway. Yeah. Good night, everyone.